Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's hearing. My name is Jonathan Ball. I'm a Chartered Town Planner, and I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold the examination into the legal compliance and soundness of the Mid-Sussex District Plan 2021 to 2039. The hearing sessions that are taking place today and over the next few days are part of that examination. There are a couple of housekeeping points first, so I'm going to look at the council. First of all, can you make sure your phones are all off? And then can the council inform everybody about fire drill and so on?
Good morning, sir. The fire alarm is a continuous two-tone noise. You'll recognise it as a fire alarm if it happens. There isn't a drill today, so if it does go off, it's the real thing. The easiest exit for most of you will be the door through which you came in, but there's also a door behind. For those up in the gallery, again, back out, down the stairs, please. Please do not use the lift if there's a fire. And the assembly point is in the car park outside the oak doors that most of you will have come through on your way in this morning. Conveniences, there are ladies on the ground floor, just off the entrance foyer, out this door and round to the right. And the gents is on the landing, up the stairs, or at the top of those, through the door there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Let us now introduce ourselves, all of us. So I'm actually going to start with the Programme Officer, Claire Jones-Hughes. She looks a bit different from Charlotte, but not much. So Claire is not only from the same Programme Officer sort of company, but also is Charlotte's sister.
Yes.
Yes. So Charlotte's taking a rest,
Yes.
and Claire's standing in this week.
For this week, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, just for the hearings, Charlotte's supporting you guys.
Some of us simply thought that Charlotte had had her hair done over the weekend.
Right. Moving on then. Let's go round the table. Mr. Brown.
Good morning, sir. I'm Paul Brown, King's Counsel for Mid-Sussex.
Morning, sir. Andrew Marsh, Head of Planning Policy and Housing Enabling at Mid-Sussex.
Morning, sir. Natalie Sharp, Senior Planning Policy Officer at Mid-Sussex.
Morning, sir. Catherine Banks, Senior Planning Policy Officer here at Mid-Sussex.
Good morning, Eleanor Harmon, Principal Planning Officer from West Sussex County Council.
Good morning, Tondra Tom on behalf of Riverdale.
Good morning, Kate Elizabeth from High Potential on behalf of Wildlife in relation to DPSC5.
Morning, everyone. Angela Moore from SLR Consulting here on behalf of Reside for DPSC 6.
Morning, sir. Dominic Smith, Highways Advisor on behalf of Waits.
Morning, sir. Judith Ashton, also here on behalf of Waits in respect of DPSC 7.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Mohammed of Council on behalf of Berkeley Latimer in relation to DPS 3.
Good morning, Matthew Spryer from Lichfields on behalf of Berkeley Latimer.
Good morning, sir. Lynn Williams, Chairman of Hurstpere Point Society.
I'm Sarah Sheath from Darcy Mayhew Planning on behalf of Hurstpere Point and Sayers Common Parish Council.
Annie Hurst, Chairman of the Twynham Parish Council.
Andrew Simpson on behalf of Holborn Parish Council.
I'm Tim Higginson on behalf of Wild.
Good morning to you all, and thank you all very much for your introductions. Now, just a few, most of you have either been following the streaming or been here, but I will just go through some points just to clarify what we're doing. So the examination is considering the submission version of the Mid-Sussex District Local Plan, 2021 to 2039. This was the document that was submitted for examination on 8th of July 2024. The plan is being examined under the framework that was relevant at the time that it was submitted. The plan was submitted for examination. That's the September 2023 version of the framework. And that includes the standard method of calculating the housing requirement that was in place at the time. But we, as I've said a few times, we need to have regard to the policies in the emerging framework because they, once adopted, those policies will form the kind of development management framework within which planning applications will be considered. So this examination is looking at the legal compliance and soundness of the plan, and those are set out in paragraph 35 of the September 2023 MPPF. So the plan should be positively prepared, justified, effective and consistent with national policy. Just a reminder, I can only support main modifications if they're required for legal compliance and soundness, not simply nice to have things to make the plan better. So these hearings are only part of the examination process. Much of the examination is conducted in writing, and I've read all the relevant documents. There is an ongoing written dialogue with the Council, which I'm going to come to in a bit, on a number of matters. You can see where we've got to on those on the website. The written material has provided me with a lot of information, which explains why the hearing programme itself doesn't include discussion on a number of the plan's policies or sites. The hearings simply focus on the matters that I want to hear more about. So, as you may know, I've asked the Council to reappraise its housing requirement and identify additional allocations that would be required to meet that requirement. And it's a matter for the Council, not myself, to identify and put forward new housing sites. The Council has published its proposed site selection methodology for that work, and I'm going to come back to that in a minute. By the time we reach the end of the hearing sessions, when I say the end of the hearing sessions, of course, we're going to reach the end of the first set of hearing sessions by the end of this week, but there may be others. But by the time we reach the end of these hearing sessions, the Council should be reasonably clear about what modifications are required and what additional work is required. And in due course, there will be a list of proposed main modifications, which are changes that are required to the plan to make the plan sound. These will include changes to the housing requirement and any additional site allocations. They'll be consulted on, and I'll consider the results of that consultation. And at that point, I'll consider whether it's necessary to hold further hearings. In due course, I'll make a report to Mid-Sussex District Council that will recommend main modifications that are required to make the plan sound, and the Council will normally adopt them. If they don't, the plan won't be sound and can't be adopted. So let's talk about this week's hearings. These are to do with the larger site allocations and site allocations that have attracted a lot of representations. So we're going to deal today with the Sayers Common sites. You'll see from the programme that Friday is reserved. At this point in time, I don't think we're going to need to sit on Friday, but I'll come back to that in due course. Just so that you know, I've carried out unaccompanied visits and have seen all the allocated sites. I'm likely to carry out further visits during or after the hearing sessions. Does everybody have a copy of today's agenda, or this week's agenda, in fact? Right, and I'd like to thank you all for the evidence you've submitted. I was sort of hoping that the Sayers Common Village Society might be here, but they're not, are they? Are they here? No, because I was going to say to whoever it is, it's an absolute exemplar of a hearing statement. It's the best I've ever seen. So whoever did it, and if anybody knows them, can you pass that on? I was very impressed. So thank you to them if they're here. Okay. So just something about the way the hearings will work. I've got some announcement to make, some discussion to have today first. But once we've done that, we'll move on to talk about DPSC 3 to 7. And first of all, I think what I'm going to do on that is give the Council's representatives the opportunity of speaking for a short while. Are you happy to do that?
I'm sure Mr. Marsh is very happy to do that, sir.
Just to introduce the allocation and background to it. We also have, of course, representatives from Berkeley Latimer, who are kind of taking the lead on the master plan, the framework master plan framework. I don't know which way around you're calling it. And I might just ask you to do do you want to do a very brief resume of what you don't have to, if it would help set the scene.
No, I don't think we need to burden you with that. It's the master plan framework document. It's a draft document, and then you've got our statement from matter 7. I was hoping you were going to say our written statement was exemplar.
No, they're all pretty good. I don't want to sound, everybody's done a really good job.
Thank you.
Some of them have done brilliant.
But no, I don't think we need to burden you with too much of that. I think for our starting point, you have the framework, and of course you have the statements of common ground with us and with Sussex and the landowners, and I think it's pretty clear what we thought about your hearing agenda. It almost follows, obviously, the answers that we had given in matter 7 in the way that you had drafted it before. So I don't think we would much welcome Mr. Marsh's introduction of it.
So I was going to say, it may be, without going into the detail of it in the way that Mr. Mohammed might have been able to do, but if Mr. Marsh at least picks up on the master plan, because it is a recurring point in a number of the objections, which is how is this all going to be made to fit together? And we think there might be a degree of misunderstanding as to what the master plan is, where it fits. So it might be helpful if we explain where we think we've got to on that as part of Mr. Marsh's introduction.
Yeah, that would help me as well, because I've looked at it and it's formed some preliminary views on it, but it may be that you will answer the points I've got before I even come to them. So let's see how we go. So we'll do that. And then we'll move on to the agenda items. And you'll see that I've grouped the agenda items and sort of simplified them. And just an advance point, really. If I can blow this up a bit. Yes, so A is all to do with design quality and layout, integration of sustainable transport, provision of social community facilities, and climate change mitigation. The thing that I want to particularly focus on there really is the provision of social and community facilities. I think within the overall framework, it's entirely possible to produce a quality layout, and I don't particularly want to get involved too much in that, but I do think that we need to talk about the provision of social and community facilities and the timing of that. So that's the focus there, and the integration of sustainable transport. On B, again, I've grouped everything together there. I want to look at in particular, the issues of the wider transport network and impacts and mitigation. On C, there've been a number of representations about the work that's been done in the area to encourage wildlife and biodiversity, and I want to have a look at the relationship of the scheme to that. And under D, this is to do with phasing and delivery, and we can have a look at that in the light of the discussions we have on social and community and, in particular, transport infrastructure. All right? Is that clear? So those are, although I've generalised and created 4 general groups, those are very specific points that I would like to focus down on.
So do you want to do those one at a time, or?
Depends how linked they are, really, isn't it? I mean, these things are all linked.
Slightly while, yes.
Yeah.
Just thought it might help people in terms of, but there is overlap between some of those issues. But yeah.
Well, let's try and do those things one at a time, and then if we start going off on a tangent, then we'll try and pull it back. All right, so that is where I want to go today. But before we do that, oh yeah, just one thing. If you want to speak, put your nameplate up. Can you make sure your contributions are brief and focused, please? They have been up to now. Everybody's been great, so I'm very pleased. You don't need to repeat your case in detail or give any sort of formal presentation. And there's no need to repeat points that are made by somebody else, because a good point only needs to be made once. So if somebody makes a good point, you don't need to keep reiterating it. I might only go around the table once on each question, but I'll actually go to people who want to speak, as long as you don't repeat your case or repeat other people's case, then that's fine. There's no cross-examination, there's no cross-table discussion, it comes through me. I'll terminate discussion only matter when I've got enough information. And I'll give the council the opportunity of summing up at the end of every point. I will occasionally express views as we go through. If I think there are problems in terms of soundness, or if a modification is required, I will aim to say so in open forum if I can. If necessary, I'll defer that to an interim letter. I will be writing to the council in any case after the end of these hearings. But I want everybody to be clear as to where things are going while you're here, as far as we can. Right, in terms of the daily routine, coffee break at about 11:20, 11:30, lunch break about 1 o'clock, afternoon tea break, if we're still going, at 3:30. Definitely finish no later than 5. And we'll keep an eye on the timetable. Are there any questions before we move on? Good. Right, so let us deal with the preliminary points first. This is nothing to do with, well, it's slightly to do with DPS 3 to 7, but there are other things as well. So, first of all, you'll have seen 3 things that I've read the things you've produced. You've seen 3 things that I've produced. So there was the agenda for this week, obviously, which you've got. There were my questions about site allocations. That's the written questions, not the questions about these allocations, but the written questions about other site allocations. Are there any questions or concerns about those at this time?
No, not at this stage. They're all very clear. I think we were just questioning the timing for a response. We were hoping to get that back to you as soon as we possibly could, but obviously we can work with you if you needed it sooner or later.
I'm looking at you really, because you know, you've got an awful lot of work on, so it depends on what you can do.
End of next week, sir?
Yep, that's no problem. If you need longer, just tell me.
I can't remember what the date for that is exactly, but 27th. Yeah.
Okay.
So Friday, 27th.
Yeah, if you can do it.
All right.
If you need to look at some of those things more thoroughly, take more time. All right. It's important to get, you know, because at the end of the day, I've got to make sure that those things are covered in my report properly. And it's possible I may have other questions as a follow-up. All right. So that's the first thing. Second thing was response to your DM responses. So that's gone to and fro 3 or 4 times now, and I'm content with where you've got to on that. So that can now form the basis for a sort of kernel of the schedule of main modifications. You don't need to publish that just yet, because there are other things to be put in that, but you can start informally putting that together, I think. And then there were some bulleted points in document IDJB 11 as well. So do you want to go through those? You might have some additional points yourself as well.
We didn't have any further questions on those because they picked up everything that we were aware of from the hearing sessions 2 weeks ago, so they're on our programme.
Right. Now, your MS12 site selection methodology, I've read that and read the responses. At this moment, and there are some people here, I think here, who've made responses to that. I'm not convinced it's necessary to have a hearing on Friday on those things. But I'm looking around the table in case there's anybody who violently disagrees with that.
So for what it's worth, I mean, you've already indicated you have some comments you wanted to come to us with. as you'll appreciate in terms of how the document was arrived at, it's not the council coming up with some idea of its own. We hoped and intended that it would be a summary of what's been discussed at the examination over the last couple of weeks. And we've read the representations that have come in on the back of it. There are some there that we disagree with and don't actually think are consistent with the guidance that you've given us this far. There are others which, one or two of which we think actually they're a fair point to be made and a relatively easy tweak to be made. Others where the tweak might not strictly be necessary, but where we would be happy to incorporate a sentence or two of additional text is sometimes all that's being suggested. And what we were going to suggest, sir, is that we come to you first with our response to that. And if at the end of that there's anything, and I think that will go some way towards meeting, we will be agreeing with some of the points that have been made. And we can get that to you, how quickly, Mr. Marsh? Sorry? Today. By the end of today. And if at the end of that there are any points that you may have some additional points, you can let us know. But that might help also inform your view as to whether there is any point, and it might inform the view of others as to whether there's any point in coming back at the end of the week. At the moment, our view is rather like yours, which is that there's nothing there which hasn't actually been canvassed in argument, and to which you won't have a pretty clear view at the moment. So we're happy to take your steer on that, sir.
All right, I think that's very sensible. So I'll wait to see your response. Yes, by the end of the day would be useful, but I don't want to put a guillotine on that. If you need more time, then you need more time. So
I think just in terms of letting other people, for you to make a decision as to whether we need to come back, and in fairness to other people arranging their diaries, we probably need to get that to you by the end of today, sir. So we will do that.
So yes, I think in the spirit of letting the council have the final say on things, I think it's quite right that you do respond first. So let's see that first, and then I'll make a final decision on whether we need to come back on Friday.
To the extent that it's a response, it's largely indicating where we think we can tweak it to accommodate the points that have been made.
Yes.
Rather, it's not a rebuttal of other arguments, but.
All right. Were there any other things you wanted to raise?
No, sir, thank you.
You produced a paper on Hurstpere Point High Street, and we can take that into account in our discussions today as well. Yeah, all right. I imagine you've seen that. That's on the council's website. All right. Should we move on then to the discussion about DPSC 3 to 7? And I think what I do then, I will go to you, but if you can just do an initial introduction, all right, covering all four of those points, and then we'll just take each one of those.
Thank you, sir. So the 5 sites at Sayers Common, DPSC 3 to DPSC 7, originally submitted to us ahead of Reg 18 stage. We assessed those using the site selection methodology as was at the time. And our view was that each of those sites scored favourably and were therefore suitable for allocation. The position that we took at the end of assessing the sites individually was obviously that in combination assessment and to assess whether we were able to meet our housing requirement and how we were going to do that in light of the spatial strategy. Our view at that time in putting the strategy together and assessing what we had at Sayers Common was that this would meet pillar 4 of the strategy, which was to increase or improve the sustainability of settlements which are currently less sustainable. And we felt that that was possible because DPSC 3 was capable of providing significant levels of on-site infrastructure which are set out in the policy. Including education, community buildings, outdoor facilities, sports, leisure, etc. At Regulation 18 stage, we received a large number of comments as expected on that approach. And one of the key themes that came out both from the parish councils and the residents was that we needed to pull all of those sites together and have a vision and objectives section essentially in the plan. Whilst we were content that the sites sitting separately in the plan were capable of coming together in a holistic fashion, we agreed with the parish council that we could have made that clearer in the plan, and that was a tweak that we made at Regulation 19 stage, where you see on page 170 of the plan onwards, the very specific objectives, vision and objectives for holistic development and growth at Sayers Common, and the four key points that we wanted to ensure that future applications and the allocations in the plan would adhere to. The first one of those was that we would facilitate collaboration between the site promoters. That's been something that I think this council has spent an enormous amount of time on, probably more than any other site in the plan, in order to achieve that. And you'll see from S1, the Statement of Common Ground that was prepared between us and the 5 site promoters just before we submitted, sets out exactly how that holistic work would be carried out, and the buy-in from each of the 5 sites to that. In addition to that, we've asked for a cohesive, integrated and master plan development. I think it's important that there are 2 master plans in play at the moment. One of them is a very high-level master plan, which was appended to S1. That was prepared jointly by the 5 sites. It sets up each of the 5 sites out, the infrastructure that be provided, the timing, and at a high level, the linkages and the active travel routes and accessibility between the 5 to access services, which are focused on DPSC3 as the largest site. That we saw at that time as being a very high level master plan, which could influence individual planning applications for the smaller sites as they were to come forward. But that has evolved quite significantly in the 18 months or so since. And you will see now, I think it's DPSC 6 in the site library. We now have a master plan which has been led by Berkeley, focusing on DPSC 3, but with buy-in from each of the other 4 sites. And that sets out at a more detailed level the vision and objectives for Sayers Common. And that's been prepared alongside representatives from the parish councils and the local ward member through the Sayers Common Liaison Group, which has met on 4 occasions and 1 workshop since October last year. And I will just mention about that work. Obviously, that at the time that work was being carried out was a time where we didn't know where we were with the district plan at that point. Obviously, in April last year, we had the initial letter from the previous inspector. And so that work was then being carried out by the 5 site promoters and the parish councils, almost with the goodwill, because we didn't have a plan in place at the time. And that's continued now that we're back in examination. And I think that's important because it demonstrates that the 5 site promoters for the sites are very keen and understand the matters and issues that have been raised by the parish councils, and are genuinely looking to deliver that holistic approach at Sayers Common. I'm sure through the discussion today that the work of the liaison group and the outputs of that will come up. Hope that's helpful.
Yes, very helpful, Mr. Marsh. Thank you.
Did you want Mr. Marsh just to run through your 4 questions, sir, or?
No, let's pick them up now as we go
through.
around.
That's fine.
So,
Thank you.
yes, and then you can obviously chip in when you want, and I'll come back to you at the end anyway. So what I want to do then is look at the first. Let's try and keep them separate, even though they are interlinked. All right. So design quality, buildings, landscaping. I wanted to look particularly at the provision of social and community facilities and how, at what stage they play into the development, what happens before they get built, how they're sustained, what relationship they have to existing settlements, those kind of things. I don't necessarily, unless people want to focus down on it, I don't necessarily need to spend much time on the sort of design of buildings and landscaping. There is the illustrative master plan that seems to have begun to analyse those kind of things, although you may have views on them. But I do need to look at this community, because I think a number of the representations have raised concerns about, you know, you're calling this a sustainable community. Is it really a sustainable community? You know, won't people still have to travel out? What happens before those things are built? Are they ever going to be built? So does anybody, I'm looking at this side of the room, want to be brave enough to start off on this particular point? No. Well, yes.
I'll take a leap of...
Yes, good.
Good. I think the starting point from Holborn Parish Council's point of view, and indeed I think some of the other parishes as well, is that the sustainability of this what will amount to a new growing settlement over time, and the ability that it has to meet the requirements of both the existing residents and the new residents will determine the extent to which it is a car-dependent settlement that causes problems in highways and all of those things that we'll no doubt discuss later, or whether it will be able to be more contained and therefore reduce impact on highways and provide what increasingly people are talking about as a 10-minute, 15-minute, 20-minute neighbourhood. Depends what language you're using, depends which is, I think, is the overall aim. And from Holborn Parish Council's point of view, at the moment, I think there are two things. One is that we're not convinced that there's sufficient of that social infrastructure to meet the needs. Twynham Parish Council, to my right, is mentioning we need more definition around schools, for example, but equally around retail. As we know, in the new towns work that's going on, and in the exemplar work on new settlements that's been done, dare I mention, in Poundbury and Nansledden and others, then the amount of retail, for example, is a critical factor in the success of those particular new settlements. And I think the second point that I want to put in at the start for my client is to go back to what Mr. Marsh was just saying. The interesting move from document S1, where in the Statement of Common Ground there is an overall master plan for the 5 sites plus the existing Sayers Common, Holborn and Twynham. But we've now, in the next level of detail, moved to simply planning a master plan, an outline master plan, or a framework master plan for DPSC 3. And I think that that's absolutely missing a point, which is that the existing settlements and the 5 new developments ought to be considered as a whole in terms of social and community infrastructure. I'll leave it there for the moment, so thank you.
So, yes, I understood that from your representations, and I want to pursue that point with the site promoters and with the council. What about the specifics then? You mentioned, you said that you didn't think there was, or you weren't convinced there was sufficient social infrastructure. What specifically would you like the plan to contain then that would remedy what you see as a deficiency here?
Obviously, we're at an early stage, but I think to give an example, and this is based on work that I and others are doing in other settlements of this scale, where we're talking about a total of round about 3,500 homes, which is kind of where we're getting to on this one, if you include the existing settlements. which is where you begin to get to that ability to be self-contained to a degree, i.e. to meet most of the everyday needs of the people who now live there and who will live there in the future. So I think, first of all, I think we need to be a bit more, we need to be more specific about the level of employment provision. I mean, 1 job per household is a kind of rule of thumb that people are using, and I think that's a really helpful way of looking at it. So I would be wanting to see more work done on the economics, for example, to look at the extent to which that was possible, because of course that then reduces the need to travel outside of the settlement if you can live and work there. And then I think in terms of retail, I think we need to be looking at a much more sort of focused approach in terms of spatial planning. Whereabouts will that retail be? People are increasingly talking about what's the future of high streets and the extent to which you put retail in one or more focused locations. So I'll be wanting to look a little bit more on that in terms of the actual framework master plan itself and the extent to which that retail is going to be accessible to existing settlements in Oldbourne and Sayers Common. And then, of course, there's the whole thing about, education, healthcare and so on. And I think some more specificity there too, before we go very much further in the plan, to be really clear now, working with the county and others on how those services are going to work and working with the NHS. So I think some more specificity, sir, would be what we're looking for. Thank you.
Now we've got a representative from the County Council. Sorry, I'm struggling to see. Is it Ellen Harmon? Are you able to talk about education and that sort of thing, libraries and so on, or are you transport oriented?
Education and libraries.
Would you like to say something on that?
I can do, certainly. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yes, in terms of education, what we've asked for on the site is for primary 2-form expandable to 3-form entry, and secondary would be 4-form entry expandable to 6-form entry. It's the site, the numbers that the 5 sites generates would require at least a 2-form entry, and having an all-through school, so it would be primary and co-location with the secondary school, would ensure that we can have that flexibility, so we could open up a 2-form entry, and then as the development generates the pupil numbers, we could then expand it to 3-form entry as and when required.
Thank you. And what stage would this be likely to come in during the programme of work?
Ideally, and as we've set out in our previous representations, we would prefer the school to come forward early on in the development, but we acknowledge that there are 4 applications in at the moment, so we're assessing the sites and the applications as they come in. We have had discussions internally with my education colleagues, and there is some capacity within the area to take pupils arising from the development. But obviously we would want to see the school being built on the larger site as soon as possible.
Thank you. Mr. Higginson.
Thank you, sir. If I may, I'd like to pick up the education point first, because it's a point I made a couple of weeks ago in previous hearings. Homes England's guidance is that you need a new secondary school for 8,000 additional homes. The Sayers Common developments will add up to about a third of that. What that means is that 30% of the children will probably come from the new developments and the existing settlements, but 70% won't. And that means that there will be a significant inflow and outflow, morning and evening, not just of pupils, but also of teaching and non-teaching staff. This raises the wider question of how you achieve critical mass when the settlements as a whole are going to total between 2,000 and 2,500. Because really it falls between 2 stools. If it were smaller and alongside an existing settlement, that would be fine. If it were its current proposed size and alongside a significant town like Burgess Hill, that would be fine. But given its location, it's very difficult to find the facilities and amenities which work for the settlement and also work for the greater environment. The school is a case in point. We've already heard, I think, that NHS England would not propose a healthcare facility on site, which means everybody will travel out. And in terms of retail, that cannot be mandated. There's already a convenience store in Sayers Common, but I don't think there's a reasonable prospect of major retail being attracted to or delivered on site, which means that this will be a collection of developments where people travel out for retail, employment, education, or if some of those things are provided, like a secondary school, large numbers will be travelling in. And the problem we are wrestling with, and I wish I had an answer for you, is how you square this circle of size, because the critical mass is not reached in settlements of this size in this location. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Higginson. Just looking at you, Mr. Spry, do you want to respond to any of the, or Mr. Mohammed, do you want to respond to any of those
Yes,
points?
if I may just touch upon a couple of the points that have been raised, and I think the council may assist you in others. The first thing is obviously to just alert you to the very helpful introduction to the master plan that is produced as part of this policy, DPSC 3 being a lot more detailed and a lot more comprehensive, and we agree with that characterization. You will see, and I don't need to take you to it, but there is a whole section that deals with sustainability, but crucially the infrastructure and phasing is dealt with at page 80 to set out what that would look like. But I think the best place to look at in terms of the phasing, and specifically to the areas that you've identified in relation to the community buildings, the library, and the education school that we've just been discussing, is the statement of common ground. Now, there was quite rightly a statement of common ground the last time around, but S2 is the latest one that you've got. And on page 5 and 6 of that document, you will see how the financial contributions from, for example, DPSC 4, 5, 6, and 7 are being requested very early on in the process. So, in other words, right now, as part of the applications that are currently in that Ms. Harmon had earlier alluded to. Next level is the delivery with DPSC 3, with the financial contributions pulled from all of the sites, and then seeking to deliver on that by the time we get to 33, 34. So it's a really critical point to point out that I think the parish's point was quite a good one, which is we have to find a way of coordinating both the sites that currently have planning applications in and ours, the larger scale. It's a very important point, and that's why we've made contributions to the current applications that are in to say, make sure that you secure all the necessary funding and the sums that you need, that we can then ensure that it's coordinated in a sufficient and integrated way. So I would alert you to those elements there. And then the final thing is just to kind of bring together a point here, which might be a point about the wording of the policy, the GEN policy, because I think one of the contributions that were made also by the parish is that when you read the wording of the GEN policy, is sort of it doesn't make it clear how the contributions, the delivery, and the infrastructure will come together in policy terms. And I think maybe that's something that we could look at together. So in short, it's crucial that the delivery of the community facilities for social and community purposes that you've identified is the timing is important, and the delivery of that is important. And us as the big site, as part of the DPS community, if you like, we are very keen to coordinate and ensure that that happens in a timely manner.
So you're suggesting that there could be some additional wording or changes in wording to the policy that would clarify or place greater onus on the promoters of the other sites to bring together the thing in a holistic way to make sure that contributions were made at the right time. Is that effectively what you're saying?
I did ask Mr. Spry to think about the wording, whether I would characterise the wording needing to be changed to put a greater onus on us. I'm not so sure, but what I definitely do think is that we need to find a way of clarifying the wording so that the parish, the council and the developers are not unclear about what needs to be delivered and when. And we've thought about the wording for that, and we're happy to contribute on that.
That's very helpful. I'll come back to you in a minute on this. But before I do, is there anyone else who wants to speak on Ms. Hurst? Yes.
You may or may not know that West Sussex County Council are closing Twynham Primary School this summer. So, and the parents are already having some trouble trying to find places for the remaining children in other schools.
Yes, I did see that. I think you put that in your representation. I'll ask Ms. Harman, do you want to comment on that?
It has been a recent decision in the last couple of days. My understanding was that the school wasn't sustainable. It only had, I believe, 14 pupils in it. This the Sayers Common development is obviously going to generate the need for a new school in itself. And I would say that West Sussex County Council do regularly monitor pupil numbers to ensure that we are providing places for pupils. And in the instance of Twynham, at this point in time, that decision was taken because the school is not sustainable or not viable.
Thank you. Ms. Williams.
I've got a query about the health provision, because what lay people may not realise is that a GP surgery is a private business that the NHS puts funds into. So there's little control as to who will provide this. So I was wondering, has anyone actually spoken to Mid Sussex Healthcare to see whether they're willing to expand out to Sayers Common? Because the last thing you want to do if you're not well is try and get into the nearest surgery at Hurstpere Point.
All right, we'll park that one. You can answer that in a moment. Thank you, Ms. Williams. Let's pick up on Mr. Higginson's point. If you put your flag down there, thank you. Otherwise, I get confused. Yes, let's pick up on Mr. Higginson's point. His argument is the site is neither big enough to be truly sustainable in terms of the range of facilities, nor is it small enough to fit within the existing pattern of development in the area. It falls between that. DPSC 3 is a 2,000 home scheme, and then if you add it to the others, and the villages, what are we talking about? 3,500, something like that. Now, how does that? And bear in mind that there are existing facilities in Sayers Common as well. So how, in your experience, how does that work in terms of creating a sustainable entity? I don't like using the word sustainable, but creating a viable entity which is able to cater for a modest range of facilities for the local people.
So I think the first point to have in mind is that if you're talking sort of 3,500 homes, if you assumed an average of say 2.3 persons per household, you're clearly equating to a settlement with a population of, you know, 8,500 people, which by any measure counts as a large village. Some places we describe it as a small town, but let's call it a large village. And the country has, in a sense, most rural areas have lots of large villages which people regard as eminently sustainable, attractive places to live, with a good and adequate range of facilities, particularly for day-to-day needs, and they include viable shops, they include viable health and education services, and those villages also exist within a wider rural hinterland where people will naturally be drawn to those settlements. So there are examples across the country of those in existing settlements, but also in new freestanding settlements that have been planned for over the past decade. So, for example, the government, well, last government had what was called the Garden Village programme. So, by definition, it recognised that villages, which I think it grew to sort of 2,500 to 5,000 homes in total, could be sustainable. And if we come to the September version of the framework, in paragraph 73, which refers to the delivery of large-scale development, and it refers to such as new settlements or significant extensions to existing villages and towns. So there's a clear recognition that you don't need to start planning in sort of blocks of 5,000 plus homes in order to achieve a basic level of sustainability. What's in the framework master plan that's appended to the Statement of Common Ground and the work that's been consulted on earlier this year shows a master plan with a series of centres within the development, within walking distance of the existing village, and other allocations that includes reference to employment, includes reference to retail and community facilities. Now, yes, a lot of that detail will need to be sort of worked through as the application is prepared and submitted, and indeed requirements for infrastructure will evolve over time, because we're talking about planning for development that will be delivered you know, through to 2040. And so clearly what's required and what's provided will evolve over that period. But for the purposes of an allocation, we think the master plan provides that sort of framework to ultimately achieve what would be a sustainable settlement, if we want to use that phrase.
Thank you. Mr. Higginson again. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry to come back.
That's right.
Like you, I don't like the word sustainability, sir. The proxy measure of sustainability appears to be car journeys, because if the settlement can provide the amenities and facilities the community wants, there's no need to get in your car and travel. And yet we have a situation in which 70% of children would travel into a secondary school, 90% plus of those living in the settlement would travel out for employment, and presumably a very high proportion would also travel out for their weekly shop. So if we try to get to a level of detail about this rather than generalities of garden villages, this is a collection of settlements which will generate significant car travel. And if that is a measure of sustainability, it will fail.
Thank you, Mr. Higginson. Mr. Simpson.
So just to pick up on what Mr. Fry says, so the size of this settlement is one that could be described as a large village or a small town, and I was just thinking, well, let's look no further than Hurstpierpoint as a large village or a small town, and let's have a look at the facilities that are provided to people who live in Hurstpierpoint on the high street, which is the traditional term for a focal point of commercial and community activity. And then I look at the list in the Statement of Common Ground of facilities that are proposed to be provided under the heading community facilities, and there's something called neighbourhood centre stroke community building, which I don't really know what that is. Then there's a library, then waste management and recycling, local community infrastructure. Well, I think we need to go a little bit further in terms of defining what those things are, because that's the way you stop happening. What Mr. Higginson so eloquently says will happen if you don't provide those facilities for the people in this locality. They'll either be making their way to Hurstpierpoint and causing even more trouble on Hurstpierpoint High Street than we have already in terms of congestion, or if we provide them within the new growing settlement of of Sayers Common and Oldbourne, then people will get what they need within walking or cycling distance, or a greater possibility of getting their things within that distance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Ms. Sheath.
Just following on really directly, it's the lack of certainty. We've got this master plan that is an evolving document. I think everyone accepts it's an evolving document, but there's significant reliance on that master plan being the document that delivers all of these facilities that will make this community work. And that's where the concern from the parish council comes, that without the definitive certainty, with it being an evolving document, without any teeth in the policy to secure all those elements that the master plan's currently promising to deliver, where do you ensure that what is being promised actually falls out the other end?
This is a very common issue at local plan level. And it's to do with what needs to go in the plan. Well, I mean, there is a further step, which is whether the concept is appropriate in the first place, and I take that point. If you've got a site like this in the plan, there's also this conundrum about, well, what level of detail should go in the plan? How much can you actually pin down at this stage? What do you actually need to put in to make sure that those things are delivered, and how can you make sure they are delivered and remain? One of the things that I can't remember was used, Mr. Simpson or Mr. Higginson, is that you can't say what kind of shop's going to go in there. You can't, you know, it's all of that kind of thing, because it's commercial. It's commercial consideration. The question really is what needs to go in the plan, assuming that, you know, I take Mr. Higginson's point, but were one to accept that the site is capable of being made, or rather the settlements to which it adjoins are capable of being made sustainable, whatever that means, then what do you put in the plan that will make sure that happens? On this particular point, I'm going to go back to the council now. There's a number of very good points made there. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Spry.
Sorry, I might be stealing the council's thunder, so I'm sure they'll waive it if they wanted to say something better than I was going to. It's really that, I suppose, to answer directly your question around the what do you need to put in the plan versus what you get in terms of the detail at this stage. And I suppose it really comes down to DPSC Gen as a policy, and then the significant site allocation policy itself. And the DPSC Gen says that all significant housing allocations, i.e. DPSC 3 in this case, must be delivered, so must be delivered in accordance with the development plan policies when read as a whole, and the site-specific requirements set out in individual allocation policies. And it then goes on to list a series of requirements in terms of master plan, design code, infrastructure delivery, phasing plan. It then goes on 2 through to 15 in terms of a series of requirements that any application must satisfy. The site allocation policy itself, DPSC 3, has a series of policy requirements which are listed in terms of the infrastructure that's required. And you've then got all of the other DM policies within the plan that DPSC Gen specifically says we must comply with as a whole, that will then define what the requirements will be around infrastructure, not having the, mitigating the impacts that the development creates and so on and so forth. So when you look at all of those policies in the round, and you start with then the master plan document as it emerges, the question is, does that define the rules or the requirements that any application must comply with in order for the council to positively determine it and grant it? Because if we don't meet any of those requirements, you know, and we don't have the confidence through 106 agreements and conditions that impacts will be mitigated and services will be provided, then the council shouldn't grant permission. Now, I appreciate, in a sense, from the outside, that's an act of faith, because you're sort of asking the local planning authority to exercise its responsibilities in the appropriate manner in line with the plan that it's prepared and adopted. But in a sense, that is ultimately how the system works, and it's how the council will, it's the rule book that the council will apply when it looks at the application that Berkeley Latimer and others will submit. And the question for this plan is, the examination is, are the policies in the plan fit for purpose to set the right requirements that mean an inadequate application should be refused and one that meets the requirements should be granted? And I think we would say, in essence, the plan does that, and the framework master plan starts to give confidence that those practical issues are being thought about and can be addressed.
Ms Ashton.
Thank you, sir. Just kind of following on from that, again, going to DPSC Gen, in particular, criterion 6 of that policy, in terms of what it says about site-wide infrastructure delivery, and then going to the smaller sites within Sayers Common, all of those within the policy requirements cross-refer to infrastructure provision and the financial contributions they will need to make towards sustainable transport, education, etc. So it's quite clear within the policy framework from those promoting the smaller sites what they've got to do and what they've got to contribute towards. It's clear within the wider policy framework what needs to happen in terms of infrastructure provision. There is clear definition within policy DPSC 3 as to what has to happen at Reeds Lane. And then also you have within the Statement of Common Ground, and in particular the first Statement of Common Ground, paragraph 5.15, about infrastructure delivery and the fact that all parties recognise and agree the infrastructure requirements associated with proposed growth in Sayers Common. I mean, I think it's been referred to already, but all of the developers in Sayers Common have been working together to bring forward both the Statements of Common Ground and the master plan. There's a clear understanding on behalf of the developers as to what has to be done. There's also been liaison with the parish councils and other statutory providers, again, in terms of what needs to be done. There have been detailed discussions with the county council about what is needed, both in terms of education and highway provision and improvements to the highway network. And there have been discussions with others, such as the Health Authority, about the level of service improvement that could be done locally and how that could be accessed. So suffice to say, we have all been working together. We do all understand it might be, as has been pointed out by others, the policy needs to be finessed slightly in terms of the wording, and perhaps we can work together and look at that. The alternative, taking what is being said by others, is as part of the review of the housing numbers and the scale of development that needs to be accommodated within the district. One looks at the quantum of development around Sayers Common, and even more is allocated to the area if the issue is the quantum of growth and what it can deliver.
Thank you, Ms Ashton. Ms Williams.
Thank you. I note Mr Fry's use of the word must that comes in this DPS Gen. I think our query should be when, because we've already got the 4 sites without the infrastructure submitting planning applications.
Well, let's put that question back. Ms Ashton, do you want to respond to that?
If I can. Again, and it's actually in my submissions for today's hearing, we, in terms of weights at LVS, have accepted what is said within the policy framework as to what needs to be accommodated through infrastructure contributions. It's clear that the smaller sites in coming forward early and contributing to the council's 5-year housing land supply will be providing funding to facilitate the delivery of infrastructure longer term within the wider site. It's also clear from what the county council are saying that in terms of certain infrastructure provision, i.e. schools, there is capacity within the local facilities at the moment to take a quantum of development until such time as the larger allocation comes forward. So we're aware of what we need to do. Again, reiterating really what I've said before, we've made provision for that, and we've made it clear that we're happy to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Simpson.
And I'm not questioning that for one moment, sir. And I think there has been and there remains obviously a willingness for the landowners to work collaboratively with the parishes and with the council. However, I think that we need to remind ourselves that policy DPSC Gen, which is picking up on a point Ms Williams made, refers only to site DPSC 3. In other words, the Berkeley Latimer site, and does not encompass the other 4 sites and indeed the existing settlements of Sayers Common and Oldbourne. So what, and I draw your attention in particular in DPSC Gen to point 2, which says, support a vibrant and inclusive community which embodies the local living stroke 20-minute neighbourhood principles of a complete, compact and well-connected neighbourhood, and then with digital infrastructure in which people can meet most of their daily needs within a convenient walk or cycle ride. And I ask again, is it right that that requirement is limited to DPSC 3 when our argument is it should be extended to the entirety of the 5 development sites and the existing settlements of Oldbourne and Sayers Common, including Twyman, of course. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Now, I'm looking around, there's no more signs up. I'm going to go to the council now. Please, can you address these the points that have been raised?
If we I'll take that last point first, actually. In terms of the DPSC Gen, it's right that it refers to the significant sites. That's all the significant sites in the district, so DPSC 1, 2 and Bury. But I would just refer back to the vision and objectives for growth at Sayers Common on page 170, which sets out our approach to the holistic development at Sayers Common from the 5 sites. And on point 3, it notes that to achieve the objectives of growth at Sayers Common, the following principles, the objectives have been established. Number 3 is that the majority of services and facilities will be at DPSC 3 just by virtue of its size. So that's where we're expecting the education, the community buildings, library, etc., neighbourhood centres. And that those facilities are to be provided centrally on that site in order to meet the day-to-day needs within walking distance within the settlement. And that refers to all of the sites. So in the master planning itself of DPSC 3, the facilities have been placed in a certain place for a reason, and that's so that they are accessible for the other 4 sites that are proposed. So the 20-minute neighbourhood principle and local living principles are established. On the individual sites, we've got internally, we've got 1 officer that's dealing with all of the sites at Sayers Common, our Sustainable Communities Officer, Development Management Officer. So he'll be dealing with not only DPSC 1 and 2, but also the collection of sites at Sayers Common. And so he is well aware of the principles set out here and in DPSC Gen, and is coordinating in terms of responding to previously pre-apps and now applications, responding to the need to ensure that those applications for the smaller sites are being determined on their own merits in the first instance, and that they are sustainable in themselves, but having an eye to the fact that there is more coming at Sayers Common, and therefore suggesting certain elements or ensuring that they are picking up certain elements sitting in the high-level master plan, such as connectivity between. The education point, is, as Ms Ashton has raised, is one that obviously we're looking at in terms of what capacity is there in the short term. recognising that longer term there will be provision in much closer proximity. So that's something that he's working with. And in terms of the overall picture and the application and whether the master plan as required in DPSC Gen has any teeth, this is something that we've got a lot of experience in from the Northern Arc allocation Brookley site in the adopted district plan, where again, as proposed originally, that was 3 separate development entities. No longer, but at the time that the plan was written, we were requiring a master plan to be prepared for the entirety, and that would be approved by the council by one mechanism or another, either through the planning committee or a scrutiny committee, or as part of the outline application, which I think is our preference. And that would then set the scene. So you would then have a master plan which set the scene for all the future reserved matters applications. And what that master plan will be doing is exactly the one that's already been presented and consulted upon. It'd be very similar lines in demonstrating how the sites knit together, how the infrastructure is provided and where, and the holistic picture for us to determine future reserve matters for those sites on.
So let me just make sure I've got the right note here. You said you've got experience of Brookley, which had 3 development entities original, though not now. Is that right? Then you started to talk about the master plan to be approved. Now, are you talking in context of Brookley there, or are you talking in the context of Sayers Common?
No, so in the context of Sayers Common, as has been noted already, DPSC Gen ensures that the master plan that's prepared is in accordance, so that the sites must address all of the following: progress in accordance with the allocation-wide master plan, design code and infrastructure delivery strategy and phasing plan, which will have been submitted to and approved by the local planning authority.
Yeah, so in Brooklyn you said, no, it was this where you said your preference was it would be approved as part of the outline, or is it something that would have a separate
It's
life?
something that as yet we haven't concluded on what the most appropriate way of approving that would be, but one of the options is that either it would be approved through the application process, but there are other processes that we could use, such as through the planning committee or through another committee. But I think for simplicity and to get things moving, we would prefer that it was through the planning application process, but we are open to suggestions on how we could do that.
Yes, I've come across this before, and there is always this question about, when does that happen and what status does that master plan have? If it's just something that's approved by the planning committee, it's sort of an informal document. You're then requiring it's not an SPD, it's not a development plan document. So that's one to think about very carefully, because it, in some ways it is better to have it as set in stone through a planning application, but then the question is whether that's at the right time.
That's exactly what we're grappling with, and why we think the application process is one that you can then condition against it for future stages. So there's a bit more teeth, a bit more certainty. But that's our preference, but as yet to be decided.
And so that's yet to be decided. Should that actually be a wording? Should there be wording in the plan to? I mean, Mr. Hunt suggested that tweaking to the wording is required. What's your view on that?
I think if it would provide certainty, I don't see that it would be a problem, but we can pick that up with other parties on how that would work.
Can I suggest you do that and have a look at how this might be ingrained in the policy and made to work? I'll leave that with you. I want to leave this particular subject and move on to the question of movement. I noticed it's 11:15. We probably ought to have a break. I think movement might take at least as much time, possibly more. So if we break now, we come back at let's give ourselves 20 minutes, come back at 25 to 12, 25 to 12. Right, the hearing's resumed, and I want to move on to the, in my agenda, the point B, which is to do with movement, including access arrangements, anticipated movement patterns, the implications for the wider transport network, including the impact on nearby communities, and how one would deliver mitigation measures.
Sorry to interrupt
Sorry,
you.
that's all right.
Just as, before we move on to a completely different topic, just that something of clarification came up during the break, a very small point that I just thought I'd alert you to about the framework,
Yes.
the master plan. And it was, you will recall the council mentioning that the plan was to try and get such a framework agreed as part of a planning application. But I've since taken instructions, and my understanding is that our preference, alongside working with the council, and I understand we're working with the council to agree a PPA on that basis, is to have the framework agreed and approved as a standalone document before any application comes in, so that nobody's unclear about what sort of application should come in. So I didn't want you to leave with the impression that Mr. Marsh sort of said was that the current plan is for the master plan to be approved as part of an application. Our preference, and we're working with the council at the minute, is to approve it as a standalone delegated decision.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. That means that you would have a standalone kind of non-statutory document, and I just wonder how that would work in terms of framing the policy. I mean, you can still have a phrase in it which says "have regard to" the master plan or something of that sort. What are your views?
I think, as we said before, I think that's the exact issue we've been grappling with in terms of the status of that master plan. Obviously, being as early as possible would be more helpful in providing the community and others an indication of what was to come. But on the other side of the seesaw is the status of that document in terms of it being a material consideration, but not SPD or a design guide or the like, or the other end of the scale, which is a lot later in the process, but would have some teeth that could be used in terms of reserved matters and conditioning at the application stage.
But it's a sort of slightly a chicken and egg thing, sir, because if you don't have the master plan agreed before the application comes in, then the detail that you get is what is in the application at that point in time, albeit that at that stage it's only an outline. On the other hand, if it comes in at that point in time, because it's only an outline, it does have the ability to be incorporated into the planning permission and therefore to bind the details as and when they come forward. I mean, I understand, I don't think the development management plans, there's a connection between the two, but they're not always entirely up to speed with where the others got to, which might be why we've got a discussion on a PPA, which is going on at the moment. And one can understand that there might be a preference to have that master plan in advance, and I can understand from local residents' point of view, they would like to see that when the application comes in, that it accords with what's been agreed. The acid question really at that point will be, at the outline stage, do you begin to incorporate some of the principles in the master plan as conditions on the planning permission, for example, parameter plans and so on and so forth? Is there in reality a material difference between doing it that way around and actually securing the master plan as a master plan at that point in time? And at that stage, so that the difference between the two may not be so great. Certainly, at the point of the outline planning permission, there will need to be principles enshrined, which presumably, if there is already a master plan in place, will pick up on those principles. So
there's two other people, Mr. Spry and then Mr. Simpson. Mr. Spry first.
Thank you. Just going back to the wording of DPSC Gen, the wording at the moment says each progress must address the following: progress in accordance with this allocation-wide master plan, and then design code infrastructure. It says each application should be determined in accordance with these documents, and then the master plan must be informed by community. So all the policy's not doing at the moment is saying the point at which the master plan should be approved, but it's clear no application can be determined other than in accordance with the master plan. And that master plan clearly needs to be in place before the application is determined. So I guess the only sort of distinction is, at the moment, we think it's helpful just to have that master plan sort of locked down as a stepping stone before the application is submitted. In reality, as we all know, there's sort of work going on in parallel. You know, we've begun thinking about the application and the form of it. You do see policies elsewhere that say before an application should be submitted, the council will approve a master plan. You know, that might be a wording. Whether it makes any practical difference, I'm slightly ambivalent about.
Yeah. Mr. Simpson.
So I think from our point of view, just having just heard that proposal, I think on the face of it, that would allow for, it would be welcome from the point of view of the parishes to see where the thinking is going sooner rather than later, not least because it would then allow us also to look at how the emerging master plan, which is what it's, in a sense its status would be, would how that fits with the existing 4 planning applications that are already in progress, which I think would also be a helpful thing in terms of our overall aspiration, which is to make sure that everything is integrated and we can see how things fit together. So I think we would welcome that approach if the council can accommodate it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Mr. Marsh, Mr. Brown.
It was just one, really to flag it up more as a question for you, sir. I mean, Mr. Spry rightly points you to the wording in the policy at the moment, which is should be determined in accordance with. We can argue about exactly what that means. But if, in essence, that is beginning to give development plan weight to a non-development plan doc, and that's a matter for you. So you've given us guidance on that in other areas, you know.
Okay, so as a general principle, you can't have policies that start giving weight to development plan type weight to documents that are not part of the development plan. So there are workarounds to it, and there are ways of wording which will make that work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave that with you, actually.
Thank you, sir.
You knew that was going to happen.
Well, no, but I felt it right to flag it now, not least of all because certainly if Mr. Simpson is relying on Mr. Spry's assurance that the words "it shall be determined in accordance with," that there may still be a tweak or a discussion to come in the wake of that, as a result of which those words become slightly less stringent than they are at the moment. And I raise it, sir, because I'm aware that this is a point you've raised about other aspects of policies in the plan, and it's an issue here as well.
Yeah, we've got to be consistent on this.
We've got to be consistent. And I don't want local residents to go away thinking, okay, we're happy with that, if it ain't going to be in the final text.
I think the key thing, though, coming out of what Mr. Simpson was saying is the desire by local residents to be clearer on the how the whole thing is being brought forward in a coordinated manner, and that does put weight on the overall master plan. So that's something I think which I would want to emphasise to you, and you need to look at the wording and the timing in the light of that. And I'm going to leave that with you, and it's something that you can.
And when we can discuss it with other people around the room as well. So and come,
All right. That was very helpful, thank you. I want to move on to movement now, access arrangements. Now, I went through I don't want to be flippant, but I got to page 60-something of the master plan framework before I found out where the roads were in the site. So there's lots of greenery and there's lots of active travel routes and so on, but people do use roads, people do drive cars. That is something that wasn't very clear from the master plan.
Point taken, and we'll think about that. Even though we would rather people don't get in their cars, but yes, we will take that away for sure.
Well, we know what government or national policy is, which is to prioritise active and sustainable means of travel, and I think you have sought to do that from everything I've read in the master plan and so on. But we have to embrace the reality as well, which is that there's a certain amount of, it's just I think what Mr. Higgins and Mr. Simpson were saying, there's a certain amount of employment on this proposed on the site, there's a certain amount of retail, there's a certain amount of social and community facilities, but the higher order centres are elsewhere, whether it's for your weekly shop or, to reach health facilities, and for the majority of people, I suspect, to find employment. So this is, to me, a critical aspect of this proposal. And I didn't think, and I'll be quite honest with you, I didn't think it came out from the framework. Looked at holistically what kind of movement patterns you're expecting from the site, where are people, there are requirements to contribute to improvements at the stations, but I don't know what they are. I don't know what would happen if people from Sayers Common descended on Sussex station. I mean, they'd have to get there earlier and earlier because the station car parks at capacity early on. Burgess Hill, I've raised a question about how car parking is going to be dealt with at Burgess Hill because there's very large development proposed there. So it's this kind of wider picture, and we have to recognise that there would be road-based movement, private cars, delivery vehicles and so on. And I didn't get from the master plan framework, nice to look at and all that, but I didn't get how this would all work together. We've had a very helpful note from the council on Hurstpierpoint High Street, although most of it was focused, the first part of it was focused on junctions because it was written by a highway engineer, wasn't it? And then there was a little bit about, well, there are some listed buildings there. Now, for the purposes of soundness, this is an issue that, to my mind, isn't adequately nailed down. All right. I'm going to leave, that's me. I said I'd say what I thought. Now, I'll take points from around the table. So, Ms. Williams.
Thank you. As you can imagine, we've done some frantic work on the paper that Mid Sussex produced. And we do have a number of queries because, as you mentioned, it focuses on the junction, but having dug down to the figures as far as we could, the Sistra 2019 update seems to show the data was collected on Cookfield Road. Now, we don't know if that's correct or not, but that's as far as we could dig down in the report. So Cookfield Road is not the high street. And our concerns go along not just the junction, but the whole of the high street. The other thing, we were trying to do comparable figures, and we noticed the AM peak and the PM peak. The Sistra T10 report talks about peak times being 7 to 10 and 4 to 7. But if you look in the Sistra 2019 update, it refers to a peak hour as between 8 to 9 and 5 to 6. So we're not quite sure which figures we're actually working on. Is it the figures that's in document T10 or is it the earlier figure? So we would like some clarification on that. We did try and produce our own figures from what we've got, bearing in mind that the reference case is 2039. But just to let you know, our recording started at 7:36 in the morning, mainly because we relied on cameras taking photographs of every vehicle that went through. And between 7:36 and 10 o'clock, we had 1,148 vehicles going along the high street, which this is where we got confused with where the figures came from in table 1 there. For the PM hour, again, we were stuck with daylight, so we could only do from 4 till 5, but from 4 to 5, which is outside the main peak, we had 534 vehicles. But if we extrapolated that, because people from Hurstpier Point know that 5 o'clock onwards, it gets even worse, our total number of vehicles was about 1,600 vehicles. Now, we'd be very happy to produce new figures once we've clarified peak hours, and now we've got daylight hours, and the parish council have even just told me that they're really pleased if, to actually help us do another survey for a week. The reason why our survey was done on one day is because it was before the Reg 19 submission date, and we wanted to get some figures in, so we could only choose one day. So we chose one day, not a Monday, not a Friday, because it was after the pandemic and we knew that people were still working strange hours. So we chose a Tuesday. It was a school day. It was a normal working day. So we thought our results were fairly indicative of what was happening. But I could not believe that the Mid-Sussex report states that any increases in time are expected to be a few seconds. Because from the report that we produced on pages 8 and 9, which we have now submitted, it just fluctuates so much during the time. It's not a regular high point, it's not a regular low point, it just keeps fluctuating. And one of the reasons for this is actually shown on page 7 of what actually happens. And the very top photograph in our report on page 7 shows a bus stuck, unable to move.
I'll stop you there because I've read all that. I've seen the standoff. It was an interesting set of pictures. I suppose what I'm looking at you to say or think about is, what would the plan need to do to address, we know this is an issue, all right? Whether or not to accept the figures that were in the council's document, which was produced very quickly, to be fair to the council. There is the potential for increasing flow through the high street.
We all agree on that.
We all agree on that, although I think in the council's paper, whoever wrote it suggested that actually it might not be too bad because people adjust their travel times and behaviours. Well, if you're taking children to school, that might not be possible, you know what I mean? But you get the point. Coming back to you then, sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's okay.
But obviously you've been in this for years now in terms of talking to the developers and the site promoters and so on. What is it in the plan that you would expect that would assist?
I think, well, besides the fact not doing Sayers Common, which obviously is not possible because we need the houses, I think we've got to make sure we've got the infrastructure actually within Sayers Common early on, because otherwise you will get people coming to school in Hurstpier Point, coming to the medical centre in Hurstpier Point. It's not going to solve the journeys to Sussex station, but we've got to make sure we can get as much in Sayers Common early on as possible. Because basically, people have looked at doing a solution for years. But no one can come up with a solution because you're working with these constraints of pinch points, junctions, Stone Pound crossroads. All it needs is to be held up at one, and it just builds up along the road. So, we are saying we can't see a solution, but it really would help if the infrastructure was there early rather than later.
Thank you. Some other heads nodding. In the light of that and the point about early infrastructure provision, can we look at the issue of buses, bus routes? Now, again on this, there are suggestions. I mean, there are bus routes that pass through or close to, but we don't have an assurance that we can get a bus right into the site, do we? Looking at Mr. Mohammed here, you able to help us on where you're at with regard to looking at the public transport issue here?
Yes, we've got something in our statement. I don't know if you've had
Yeah, I've read it.
There's that element of the buses that were there. Beyond that, I think one of the things I was also looking at was the document in the library, DPS C3-2, which is a mobility strategy going back to 2024 that deals with a great deal about buses on there. I don't know if Mr. Spry has anything else to add to those 2 points.
Not particularly. I mean, the section on bus services and the proposals for a new bus service are in section 4 of the mobility strategy.
Right.
And so para 419 describes the emerging bus strategy. And we've got, there's been discussions with Metro Bus. I think it's Metro Bus, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. And we've got, we do have correspondence from them dated the 16th of March, so fairly up to date. In terms of the discussions that they've been having with us and the joint commitment that there is between Metrobus, Berkeley Latimer, the council, the county council, to explore opportunities for increasing opportunities. So we've had discussions around how to create opportunities for improving the connections along the 273 service corridor. We can put this note into the library if that helps. And they've been participating within discussions on the evolving master plan in terms of how the layout of the site can actually sort of embed new services within, you know, to avoid dead mileage and all of that kind of stuff. And I mean, going to accepting the point about it being at page 60 onwards, but in a sense we've tried to, quite early in the section dealing with the master plan framework, show how the routes sort of go through the site and improve that connectivity so that all homes within the site are within that sort of reasonable walking distance of a bus service. So it's work in progress, but there's been active engagement with the bus operator, and the scale of the settlement is such that you would have confidence around having that bus service in place from the very outset. In the infrastructure delivery plan that we've got assumptions around investment in bus infrastructure within the site.
Yeah, I'm going to come back to that, but first I'll take other points around the table. So, Mr. Higginson.
Sir, I've got 4 points to make, I think, and I've tried to direct them to your question, what would need to be put into the plan. So I think the first thing, and this is a theme that's run through both Regulation 18 and 19 consultations, is to have realistic traffic numbers modelled in a way that local people can understand. because a huge issue for local people is that numbers are thrown out, which is at odds with their experience. Now, it may be there's a reason for that, but that reason needs to be explained. I just make one small point relating to that. The note on traffic in Hurst that's been produced recently, paragraph 8, refers to emerging findings that suggests that 5 arrivals and 22 departures in the AM peak will use the Hurstpierpoint High Street, accessing DPSC 3. 5 arrivals would need to cover early shopping deliveries, teaching and non-teaching staff, parents bringing children to the school, casual travellers, and the 22 departures would have to cover all commuters, other workers, early shopping trips, other schools, and early GP appointments. These numbers are simply not credible. I appreciate it's an early study, nobody's standing by them, but what we do have to have going forward is some realistic modelling done which local people can understand and feel truly represents the situation. So that is my first point. The second point, which I could have made, quite frankly, on any of A to C, is that, as I recall, you have said to the council that a community development officer cannot be mandated in the plan. But given the extent of what needs to be delivered on this site, it is really important that a commitment somehow is made. I can make that point relating to travel. I could make it to the facilities and amenities. I could make that point relating to biodiversity and green spaces. But that, if it can't be mandated, there does need to be some sort of guarantee given that that sort of support will be provided. My third point relates to buses. The general experience appears to be that subsidised bus routes run for a period of time, the subsidy falls away, the service can't be justified, the service fails. If shared travel is to have a chance of succeeding, then I'm afraid a significant upfront investment will be needed to provide a bus service at a frequency and a choice of destination that local commuters would wish to use. There's Sussex Station, there's Burgess Hill Station, there's Haywards Heath Station. If those services were well used and when the subsidy dropped away, there is on the face of it a chance they could continue. But there needs to be a significant early investment. And the same is true of active travel. At the moment, we're looking only at a cycle route from the Sayers Village developments to Sussex Station. Burgess Hill Station, unfortunately, is the far side of Burgess Hill, and therefore there would be some tricky routes to work through there. And I'm not even sure that a Haywards Heath run is too far and too difficult to put in place. But it does allow me to make a final point relating to active travel, which is that one route for commuters is not going to be sufficient. To encourage active travel, the network around these developments needs to be looked at. There needs to be a proper judgment taken on the current suitability and safety of those roads to see how far and at what cost they could be adapted for active travel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Higginson. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, sir. Just to come in on a couple of points, actually, and to pick up from Mr. Spry in regards to the bus services. As a representative of the smaller sites, we've also been discussing with Metrobus about our role and our piece of the puzzle to play in that. And Metrobus are very much of the view that it isn't just go from nothing to a top tier service, and there is a staggered approach and there's a staged approach between there. We're expecting, and has been seen through the development management process, that West Sussex are expecting to see that phased approach and want a strategy for it, which will require contributions early in the process. We've entered into bus service agreements on other sites across the district at Bolney and Crawley Down for such service improvements, and so that financial contribution is expected to be phased through the lifetime of the development, culminating with the eventual service at the end of DPSC 3. In respect to the B2116, I think you're right. Highway engineers do love a junction, and it is very much focused on junctions, as is the transport study. It perhaps doesn't go into that same level of detail you want on links, which would typically be something that would be expected of a transport assessment. I've worked for a number of parish councils on B roads. B roads have an important role to play in the network. They do carry traffic between villages to high order centres. So closing them down and making them difficult to use is not always ideal, but certainly there are schemes that can be put in place. If you look at someone like Selborne over in Hampshire, they have a similar situation where people come between Petersfield and Winchester, and they hold traffic on the outside of the village just to free up that space in the high streets and to free up where you have those more congested parts of the network and where you want people to walk and to cycle with a bit more comfort. So there are schemes where you can bring in signals, you can bring in priority working, which holds the traffic outside and allows more controlled approach through there. I think it's probably one of those areas that perhaps a bit more work does need to be done, and I think Mid-Sussex, through their MS13 note, have indicated there is further in combination testing to occur later this year. And with that, maybe a scheme of mitigation that could be introduced, which would need to be considered along like the other projects in the IDP to ensure viability is maintained. But I think certainly it's an area where a bit more work can be looked at to find a suitable scheme there, which does protect the interests of the high street.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, sir. Very pleased to hear what Mr. Smith has to say there about the work that you're doing for that side. But the first point I just want to make is that there are 540 homes coming on the 4 sites beside DPSC 3, where at the moment it's hard to see that there is any integrated approach to providing alternatives to use of the private car. And each of those existing 4 applications has taken a different approach, but the presumption, it seems to be, in terms of the amount of parking that's being planned, for example, that these will be car-dependent developments, which is a great concern to existing residents, because all the data that we've collected and that colleagues in Hurstpierpoint have collected shows that we're already under great pressure on the existing highways, the B2, in particular those 3 roads that go around the large DPSC 3 site. The second point I want to make is about is therefore about the master plan. First, I think it does have to cover the 540 homes in terms of highway infrastructure, transport infrastructure. It does have to cover the 540 homes in addition to the 2,300 that are going on to the DPSC 3 land. And in particular, I think concerns that we have in Oldbourne are around HGVs on the small roads, both through the construction period and subsequently, where we know that the B2116 is carrying a lot of heavy goods vehicle traffic, as is Reeds Lane at the moment. But any proposal to limit heavy goods vehicles on Reeds Lane will necessarily displace those heavy goods vehicles onto either the B2116 or the B2118, which are already areas of concern for our existing residents. So traffic displacement through good intentions, as it were, to protect Reeds Lane is something that we're concerned about, would want to see in that wider traffic infrastructure plan or highways infrastructure plan. And I think the third point is about speed and safety in the wider sense. And again, we're wanting to see more work done in the infrastructure planning process on how we can make sure that those, particularly those narrow roads and the B roads surrounding the site are going to be safe. So yes, so I think our major concern actually is in the end is down to if we downgrade Reeds Lane, and if we, which we understand the reason for doing that, then that creates problems elsewhere, and we want to see how those are going to be managed in the overall process. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. No, I said I'm going to go Ms. Hurst, Ms. Ashton, then Mr. Higginson.
The land to the north of the proposed development in Sayers Common lies in the parish of Twynham, and we are very concerned about the impact of the traffic on our parish. The closure of Reeds Lane will send traffic north up Twynham Lane, and thence either onto Hickstead Lane and the A2300 junction, or up Bolney Chapel Road onto the 272. And both of those roads are single track. We understand that the junction with the A2300 and the A23 will have some upgrading. It's also the junction for the Hickstead Showground traffic when the All England Showground is in operation. The junction with the A272 and Bolney Chapel Road is nearly opposite the new proposed development at Foxhole Farm, and is extremely difficult at the moment to get out of that junction to turn right. The junction with the A272 and the A23 northbound, coming off the northbound off the A23 at the A272, is also very difficult when you come down to the T-junction and want to turn west. The A272 is one of the very few east-west routes in the county, and through Bolney it carries approximately 19,000 cars per day. So with the development at Brookley, the Science Park and the land west of Burgess Hill will inevitably make all of the local roads lanes into rat runs. We're also concerned about the access to the railway stations, and we would like to see some kind of traffic calming on the local lanes.
Thank you. Ms. Ashton.
Thank you, sir. Just going back to your point about what could be done to assist you in terms of the concerns you have about the transport effects of the development. In particular, if you go back to DPSC Gen, and again, if you look at criterion 6, the latter part of that refers to key elements, including shops and transport hubs must be delivered at the earliest opportunity to encourage maximum patronage and long-term success. If you then go on to look at the vision and objectives on page 170, that refers in criterion 4 to delivering development that prioritises active and sustainable modes of travel throughout, enhancing connectivity between the site allocations, DPSC 3 to 7, the existing village and the wider network. You then go on and look at the policy criterion themselves, and I won't speak to DPSC 3 because that's for others, but in terms of the smaller sites, each and every one of those policy criterion have within them the provision of sustainable transport measures and associated highway works as well. So it's quite clear within there what is required. They also all refer at criterion 1 to measures to direct enhanced active sustainable travel connections and include enabling the viability of new public transport services. Mr. Smith has already highlighted the fact that there are ongoing discussions with Metrobus about potential for incremental improvements to the public transport network. And that's not just in terms of the site that I'm promoting, sir. It's within the council's remit as part of their development management role to look at the position holistically with all of the smaller sites to ensure that they all pro rata contribute to incremental improvements to actually enhance the overall network. That is something I know that the officer that is dealing with all 4 of the smaller sites that are in at the moment is specifically looking at in liaison with West Sussex County Council to make sure that there is a holistic approach to sustainable transport improvements across the smaller sites to ensure that they, of their own volition, address the impacts they have, whilst also longer term looking at the cumulative effects of all of the sites, including the larger sites. And then so also just in terms of our representations on pages 4 and 5 of that, we've listed out the contributions that we are envisaging we will need to make in terms of enhancing sustainable transport links, including public transport works, and also other network improvements. And we're not just talking about bus, but we're talking about cycle links, we're talking about pedestrian links, etc. So I just want to assure you that, again, there are conversations being had to ensure that the concerns you have raised are being addressed. It is picked up within the policy, within what is being said there. Perhaps, again, that policy wording does need to be tweaked to reflect what is actually happening on the ground. But rest assured that it is within the ambit of the authority at the moment in terms of how they are looking at the smaller sites. And just also to reassure the parish councils on that point.
Thank you, Ms Ashton. Mr Higginson.
Thank you. To extend a point I made earlier, the issue is not that there's no provision in the current plan for various travel-related schemes. The concern is that what is being contemplated will not be sufficient in terms of road infrastructure, shared travel and active travel, because to encourage people to use these other modes of transport, they will have to be more frequent, more easily accessible. But the point I want to go on to make relates to Avtrade and Reeds Lane and the status of Reeds Lane. Avtrade is the largest local employer. It makes a significant contribution to Mid-Sussex and is a good and loyal friend to residents of Sayers Common. They tell me there's been no formal contact over the course of plan making with them, and yet they have some important concerns. One is the status of Reeds Lane. They're a business which relies on easy access from both directions through Reeds Lane, and therefore any proposal to alter the status of Reeds Lane in a way which would inhibit their business would be a very serious matter for them. Since I've raised Avtrade, I would add their other major concerns, which are the regulatory status of their business given the development around them, and their own experience as a good employer of creating a suitable green environment, which again points to the fact that this is actually quite an expensive business if you're going to get it right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr Higginson. I've seen Avtrade's, it was appended, wasn't it, to yours, I think, wasn't it? Yes, and I've read that. I had it down to ask the council, but you preempted me. All right, I'm going to go to Ms Williams, then Mr Spry. Ms Williams. And then Mr Smith.
I'm assuming that we're going to have young families living in these homes, and most families now are under a lot of pressure. I can't see that a working parent needing to drop children off at nurseries, childminders, whatever school, is going to get on a bus with young children, take them off to wherever they're going, and then catch another bus to get to the station. And I think we just need a little bit of realism here. And it also emphasises that you do need these sorts of facilities within Sayers Common, so at least you cut out one bus trip with very young babies or children and are just trying to get yourself to the station or wherever you're going to work.
Thank you, Ms Williams. Would you like to put your flag down there? Yeah, thank you. So what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to go to Mr Simpson first, and then I'll go to Mr Smith and then Mr Spry. All right. So, Mr Simpson.
Two additional points I'd like to make, please, in light of the discussion. First, just to add to the list of concerns around existing highway safety, the B2116 at the Holborn Equestrian Centre is a matter of existing concern about the safety of the road.
The access on the side.
And the access on the side. And to have more traffic on there is just an additional concern that we have as we speak. I think the other point I want to make there is just to go back to what Ms Ashton had to say and Mr Smith. I think I've just been reminded myself of what is actually being proposed by way of alternatives to private car use on the LVS application site for 200 homes. And at the moment, and this is not to decry the fact that the contribution is being made, but we're talking about, for example, 2 car club vehicles for a 3-year period with free membership for new residents. Well, it's a start. But for 200 homes, it's not going to be game-changing in the sense of people moving there and saying, well, we don't need to own 2 cars now because we can drop down to 1 car because there's a car club that's going to be easily accessible. I'll always be able to get the car, the alternative car to use, and so on and so forth. So it's a start, but it's not going to move. And what we know for sure on developments where car use is reduced, even in areas which don't have great public transport networks, is you do 2 things. One is you disincentivise car ownership by reducing parking, and the second, you provide alternatives. And I don't think that's an adequate alternative. And also, of course, you've got the other sites where not even that level of alternative provision is being provided so far. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr Simpson. Mr Smith.
Thanks, sir. I just pick up Mr Simpson's point there, actually. I'm slightly offended by the offer. It's a bit more than that. Just to run through what is being provided as part of DPSC 7. There is 2 car club vehicles. There's also improvements to bus stops, cycle route improvements towards the A2 300, footway improvements into the village, a new public right-of-way, improvements to existing right-of-way 9HU, travel plan, bus contributions to bus services and Metrobus, as well as the financial contributions that are being negotiated through the Section 106 agreement with Mid Sussex District Council. So quite a substantive package of works, and I expect that they'll be required similar for the other small site providers in Sayers Common. And it's really just to pick up on the other improvements that can be delivered. It's important to note that Mid Sussex do have the monitor and manage strategy through DPT1, which is intended to pick up some of these improvements. For example, the improvements that Ms Hurst said in regards to traffic calming through villages. The forecasts have been set out through a transport study. It's comprehensive forecasting, and traffic forecasting is often incorrect. It often over-forecasts future year assessments. I had a look at some of the West Sussex data counters, and the forecast on some of the major A roads varies from a reduction in traffic from 2014 to 2025 of 7%, 2%, and even 15% on the A273. So there is a propensity to over-forecast traffic on the local network, which is why the monitor and manage strategy is in place there. The forecasts, the network improvements to slip roads on the A23 to some of the major junctions may or may not be required by the time that the larger scale sites come online, and that traffic may not be realised. Or it might be that traffic is using an alternative route, for example, rat running, which needs to be picked up. So the monitor and manage strategy there is a backstop that the council have put in place to be more agile and to be more flexible, intended to pick up and where the opportunities arise, direct that towards further sustainable travel improvements. So it's really an effective tool that the council have put in to protect themselves from, from mistakes in the past, where we've extended capacity unnecessarily and routes have been improved or it hasn't needed to be improved. Instead, the investment from the council is towards those minor improvements which can improve quality of life where needed. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Spry.
Thank you. Just probably three points. One was, I think there's been a lot of reference to the need for facilities within the new community to effectively reduce the demand for travel off-site. I think the key point to make is that if one looks at the emerging framework master plan, or indeed the master plan that was appended to the 2024 Statement of Common Ground, there is an expectation of a significant existing and or proposed centres in which key local services and amenities are provided for. And just to give you a reference, one can see on page 4 of the framework plan that's appended to the 2024 Statement of Common Ground, which is S1. On that plan, you can see a 20-minute walking distance from the new neighbourhood centre within the community, and one will see that envelops the overwhelming majority of existing or proposed new residential areas as part of the development. And then on page 60, sorry, bear with me. Yeah, that was the 10-minute ones. It's this, isn't it? Sorry, I've just lost my reference. There's a plan which I'm now currently grappling to find in the document, which basically, here we are. It's on page 63 of the framework. Sorry, my glasses aren't actually very good. Page 63 of the framework document, which shows.
Is this the framework document attached to the 2024?
No, sorry.
This is the latest one.
The latest one. Right. The DSP Gen instigated one. So page 53 of that, 63 rather, which shows 10-minute walking catchments around the existing or proposed local centres. So on any sort of fair reading, one would say actually people living within the new community at Sayers Common, both on DSP3 and the other allocations, will be within walking distance of the key facilities that are required on a day-to-day basis. Now, it doesn't mean they're all working on site, obviously, but in terms of that sort of exam question about, well, how does a normal person sort of live their daily life? They live their life like most people live their lives, which is you have local education facilities, you have a local nursery, you have local shops, you have other key amenities within your neighbourhood. And then, yes, you might access those and then go and travel elsewhere for work. But that's, to be honest, how the vast majority of people, across the country live their lives. So just on that, we're not talking here about a development that simply comprises housing with nothing. The provision is in there for all the key local amenities that will enable for that 20-minute neighbourhood principle, which is obviously hardwired within the policies of the plan. That takes me to our next point, which is we're looking at the tests of soundness of the allocation and a judgment about whether it meets the relevant policy tests for sustainable transport based on the evidence that we've got at the moment, but also an understanding of how planning decisions will be made. I mentioned earlier on the point about DSP DPSC Gen, and there's also the must requirements in terms of what proposals have to comply with. We've also got the references in DPSC 3. And again, this is referring to the various infrastructure requirements, and I would refer you to points 9A and B and 10, which all talk about essentially ensuring that sustainable transport measures and the 20-minute neighbourhood principles are delivered. And then, of course, because any proposal has to be in accordance with the policies of the plan as a whole, you've also got DPT 1 on 110, yeah. Which, if I get that in front of me, has a requirement that development must provide appropriate infrastructure to support the vision objectives of the transport plan and meet the requirements of the NPPF. So it's then connecting to the crucial transport policy tests of the framework. And we've got then, to meet the objectives, point 1 is around development that's likely to generate significant amounts of movement or have effects shall provide a transport assessment, sustainable transport strategy and travel plan to identify appropriate mitigation and demonstrate how development will be accompanied by the necessary sustainable infrastructure to support it in accordance with the requirements of the NPPF, and then a series of other requirements, number 4 of which is around livable communities which embody 20-minute neighbourhood principles. Quite simply, an application couldn't get approved if it wasn't compliant with that policy, which sets out all the tests. Now, I think we would say, and the council I presumably would say, well, there's a sufficient body of evidence around transport, and I'd refer you to the mobility strategy that's in the evidence library from the Barclay-Latimer perspective, that the site is capable of addressing those policy tests. But if we're wrong, then we won't get approved because we will breach policy DPT1, and therefore the proposal won't be approved. So that sort of provides, I guess, the sort of guardrails to give confidence that if development is to proceed, let's say as common, it will meet the sustainable transport requirements that the NPPF expects and that the policy's sort of actively seeking to achieve.
Thank you, Mr. Spry. Now the flag's up. I'm going to go back to the council. Before I do that, I've obviously listened. Oh, is Mr. Simpson? Is it the same as what you said before? Because I want to go back to the council now.
Okay, so I'll come back.
Well,
That's okay.
Is it an important point?
My client just reminds me that where there are already safety issues, oh, thank you, whoever turned that on. Where there are ever safety issues already, then it's all very well having a monitor and manage policy, which we understand that, but we also think that there are some safety issues that we want to be looked at before development starts. Not least, as my client just reminded me, there's the road going through Sayers Village is unsuitable for HGVs, and to be putting HGVs onto that road would pose safety risks right now. That's the only point we wanted to make.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I've listened to what's been said. I obviously understand what you're saying, Mr. Spry, Ms. Ashton, and Mr. Smith. This happens to be a very sensitive set of allocations. It is in a rural area. There are already stress points. I've been there a number of times now, actually. There's also the issues that you've got already, which are perhaps the misuse of country lanes through traffic, by rat running, heavy vehicles. I've seen it all. Right? This stuff exists. There's understandable sensitivity about the potential for a development of this size to exacerbate that. Whilst I appreciate that, obviously you've had a dialogue, you've got those things in the plan, from my perspective at the moment, I'm not comfortable with where things have got to. I think that yes, all right, not everybody relies on buses, but actually in a situation where your car parking facilities at your commuter stations are absolutely full already, how can you encourage people to use train, which is a sustainable form of transport, and also in this instance leads to very important employment centres. How do you get people to get there? I think there's a lot more concrete work that's needed to provide confidence around this subject, and from what I hear, a lot of work is ongoing. That's what I learned from this discussion. There's work ongoing. What that means is that I need to know more about how those issues are resolved down the line. All right. We could look at timing, and we could look at how that then gets reflected in the plan later on. But I think this is an absolute. I mean, having done the site visits, having listened to, having read all the representations, I appreciate where you're coming from. I do think this is an issue that there is some way to go before it's fully addressed. Now, I will, with that, so I've probably preempted what you're going to say, but in the light of that, do you want to come back on this?
From our perspective, we are led obviously by the County Council Highways team and National Highways. The County Council obviously with responsibility for the local network in particular, and they are aware of existing issues on the network, and we're well aware of those, and they're ones that others around the table have picked up on. But the County Council hasn't raised any concern about the level of development here and what it would do on the network, and that's picked up in particular some of the work that we presented this week on Hurst Point High Street, recognising we're going to do some more as a result of the in-combination testing and updating.
I don't want to be rude and interrupt, but the County Council look at things from a particular point of view. They go straight to junction capacity, and whereas, and I found this in numerous other cases, links get overlooked. Pinch points on links get overlooked. Quality of life gets overlooked. It's not, these are planning things. They're not, highway capacity things. So these are things that people are, lived experience says a different thing, you know what I mean? So this is what I'm asking you to look at, and it may well be that there are things that need addressing, regardless of this monitor and manage approach. All right. So, sorry, I did interrupt you. Do you want to carry on? Sorry.
All I was going to say was to pick up the point that Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Spry have mentioned on the monitor and manage, actually, and that is that sensible approach we feel and the county feels in assessing where we're getting to with the trajectory of the development, exactly the issues that are being caused that are either above or below what was monitored at the strategic level, and then how we would address that, or how the monitor and manage group would assess what potential mitigations would be required, what order they would need to be in. And we've got certainty from the contributions that we received that there is a pot towards those measures sitting there which we can pick from in order to bring those forward. I think the only other thing I was just going to pick up on, again, Mr. Spry and Mr. Smith stole my thunder a little bit, was the level of evidence required at plan making and at application stage. We recognise that for the plan making stage, it's a strategic transport assessment, and as you say, the county and National Highways will give their views on that. There is the hooks in the plan for the much more detail to be provided at the application stage. What we're looking to do now, and what the county and National Highways are looking to do now, is say, is there a reasonable prospect of those elements being addressed later on? They think yes, and so therefore is the plan sound on that basis? We think yes.
Yeah, I appreciate you work with the county council, but they're, you know, again, they're looking at things from a highway engineering point of view. You're taking a wider planning point of view here. There are not only existing issues, but existing issues that have the potential to be exacerbated by a scheme of this size, or schemes of this size. I also think there's a bit more to go on pulling together a holistic strategy for all the allocations there, making that very clear how that's all going to work. At this stage, to satisfy me, you want to say something, Mr. Mohammed?
I just wanted to just clarify something from your perspective, because I think it's quite important that we understand the concerns you're raising. It's one thing what the county council might say from a modelling, monitor and management and all of those things, but I'm just struggling a little bit, and I don't want us to walk away thinking we know what you need. So if I could just pose a question in another way. You've raised the issues of people's experiences, the quality of life, how these things have been overlooked, the rat running, the current experience that has been described by the parish very well. I'm just trying to think in terms of working both as the developers and the interests of the allocations, the county council and the district council, as well as the parish council. What I'm trying to understand is in terms of coming up with a holistic strategy, what that would look like in terms of, it could range from obviously the active travel works, the bus networks. What I'm trying to understand is there anything more that we have not thought about beyond the ways that the issues that have been raised that doesn't necessarily then just come to, well, that just means no housing, no development is the answer? Or in your mind, the concerns that you have very clearly raised do have some solutions, but we just need to think a bit harder about what we've already come up with and how that could be improved even more. That's the bit that I'm just struggling with at the minute.
You know, it's right. I'll take one step back. It's the council's plan, and the council, we had a spatial strategy discussion 3 weeks ago, and from that spatial strategy discussion, I came to the conclusion that there was nothing inherently unsound about the way the council had approached the spatial strategy. It had looked at the availability of sites adjacent to the main settlements, and it had added an additional consideration, which was whether other settlements could be made sustainable. And this fits into that spatial strategy. So I'm not saying, all right, that this site is inappropriate per se, but what I am saying is that it has to be demonstrated that it can work. Bear in mind the sensitivity of the area that it is being proposed for. I felt that, or considered that, from what I've read and during the course of this discussion, there are a number of areas which need to be firmed up, and this will give local people more confidence in what's being proposed, but also it will address or be clear in how some of the concerns that we've identified can be addressed. Now, you can't make a site like this, as you said, I think, you can't make a site like this wholly self-contained. You've got to accept that any site has got flows to and fro. You know, we're not living in some Hardy-esque world where, you know, cradle to grave, somebody grows up and they just walk around the place. It's a different thing. We've got to accept that there's movement wherever site allocations are made. But in this particular instance, I think that there are major sensitivities around that, and I think you've got to address that. I'm not just looking at you, I'm looking at the council as well, yeah, and the other participants here. the way I was thinking of approaching this, and I'd be advised, is to allow time for additional work to be done. And I want a clear approach to not just site internals, but also the site in its context with the lanes and all the rest of it, how you propose to, or how that could be dealt with. And you'll need to come up with quite a bit more certainty about any infrastructure interventions that may be necessary in those. We heard about Hurstpier Point High Street. We heard about rat running. We heard about AV trade, and I don't know the situation regarding AV trade. You appended a letter from them to your submission. They say they haven't been contacted. I don't know. Have they been contacted? They've got specific needs. They're an important employer. You know, this sort of thing needs to be considered.
Just on that, sir, I mean, I appreciate their concern isn't exclusively linked with what is or isn't happening with Reed's Lane, but it's a point that's been raised twice on the other side of the room.
Yeah.
I think it's important. I'm sure you've picked this up already. There's no part at the moment of the plan, proposal or policy framework that Reed's Lane should be closed. I am aware that that is something that has been proposed by the developers in the context of discussions about an application. I'm sure that they have reasons for having proposed it, but whether those reasons are acceptable and whether the consequences of that are acceptable is something that is still being assessed by the council. I mean, the allocations are not put forward on the basis that they are reliant on the closure of Reed's Lane. It will be considered because it's being proposed by the other side, but at the moment that's certainly not a done deal, and it's not a part of the plan.
No, I think that, Mr. Brown, that's helpful in perhaps in the way that you didn't intend, because it is actually demonstrative of the fact that certain things need to be pinned down more. Do we need to talk now?
Sir, it's just a point of clarification. I wasn't clear when you were talking about site just now, saying that this site.
Sites.
Did you mean sites?
I'm talking about the whole lot.
The whole lot. Thank you, sir. That's all.
Yeah. But obviously, Bartley Latimer are taking the lead on the master plan framework. So I'm afraid a lot of my gaze has been directed at them. But yeah. All right. How are we going to do that? Is my question to the council. Is this? We need to define those considerations that need to be looked at and developed further, with a view to accommodating. Well, first of all, there'll be, as the master plan evolves, there'll be accommodated in the master plan, but also a question of how they can be put into the plan in such a way that we can achieve the sort of mitigation measures, benefits that we need.
I think that's certainly something we need to take away and consider, but I think there is a lot of information already obtained either from us or as a result of the work being done on applications, and particularly in terms of capacity and mitigations. I think we can have a think about how we draw that together.
And I think so. We don't have anybody from the county council on the highways side in the room today. We will need to go back to them, picking up your point and perhaps encouraging them. I don't know to what extent they have looked at the links, but as you pointed out in the paper we've produced, they've concentrated on the junctions. But if they haven't looked at the links, to get them to look at that and to compare notes with the sort of numbers that Mrs. Hurst produced, just to make sure that the work that's being done is robust. And we can certainly do that, but that will be for them to look at. So there will be a certain amount of time involved with that. And I think obviously sensibly there would need to be some liaison with the developers for all of the sites in terms of what more can they propose, how definite can they be about when that's going to happen. Are there different things that could be proposed, or things that are currently proposed that could be proposed earlier? But you will understand with all of these things, there are questions of critical mass, there are questions of viability. We need to solve the problem, but we need to make sure that in solving the problem, we don't kill the development itself. So,
Yes, I mean, that goes without saying.
yeah.
But we don't know where that point is.
No, but I think that requires a discussion, which is the starting point has got to be what do we think needs to be done. We then need to discuss with the developers what can be done in order to address that, and at what stage in the process it can be done. But if I think at the moment it's probably a little premature to give you an estimate as to how quickly we might be able to do that. We need to go away and think about that.
Fully appreciate that.
And I suggest that we're going to undertake and lead on speaking to all of the other landowners and all the other allocations, even though they might have their own applications pending. I think it would make sense for us to group together, come up with something that it adds more, and then we'll have a meeting with the council, both the district and the county, and see what they've come up with and work together on that. But I think we certainly can independently start doing some serious work.
Yeah.
Mindful of what you've told us today.
That would be very helpful. Just a question, are there any more of the, is it called a liaison group or something, that the parish councils and the site promoters, are there any more meetings planned?
I think there's one on the 26th.
So you're still engaging, that's good, yeah.
Yeah, just
a meeting on next Tuesday.
The next one's next Tuesday, and as per the terms of reference, we didn't set a cap on the number of meetings that we would have, and so that, to me, feels like an appropriate forum to keep talking about these issues.
That sounds excellent, yes, good. All right, I'm going to draw this morning session to a close. We've got a couple more things to talk about. Impact, this is the character of the area, the wildlife aspects. And then I think we touched on delivery quite a lot, actually. So we may not need to spend too much time on item D. But I'll adjourn now, and let's resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Afternoon, everyone, and the hearings are resumed. And this afternoon, I'm going to deal with items C and D on the agenda. These are to do with impacts and then delivery issues. I don't anticipate spending as much time this afternoon on these as we did this morning, but there are some things that I want to focus down on. Let's start with impacts. And this is the effect on the character and appearance of the area, wildlife, biodiversity, and so on. There's also the protection of heritage assets. Obviously, I've read what people have had to say, so I'm aware of your concerns. But what I'm going to do, in this case, I'm looking at you, Mr. Higginson, to start with. Would you like to give a brief resume of your particular concerns in this regard?
Thank you, sir. The overarching concern, I think, is that the character of the landscape in this part of the district, the Low Weald, has as its main features general landscape with hedgerows and small villages of various sizes. And a significant quantum of development is being proposed in this location, which would effectively destroy that character. It would lead to the coalescence of Sayers Common and Oldbourne, and it would in fact be at odds with the council's stated aim of protecting the rural environment. At a level of detail, there are issues which the CPRE and the Flora and Fauna Group have said more eloquently than I can, so I would refer to those in terms of the inevitable damage to biodiversity that development on green fields is bound to do, because the artificial creation of green spaces is not a substitute for the richness of the biodiversity that is lost. And the final point I would like to make is that the note prepared by Avtrade, attached to the Wild submission, makes, I think, a very important point, which is proper work to restore and improve environment when significant development has taken place is actually quite involved, quite time-consuming, and quite expensive. And the plan gives no confidence that any of those issues has been properly identified. I'm sure we'll hear that money will be set aside for biodiversity, but if you compare that with the relevant paragraph of the Avtrade submission, there's a huge difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Higginson. Does anybody else want to add to those points? Can somebody enlighten me? There have been, I think it was the Flora and Fauna Group, I'm not sure. There was a group that had been involved in quite a lot of habitat improvement over time. I wasn't sure quite which areas they'd been involved in. They've been doing things like pond enhancement, and I think they were creating habitats for barn owls and that sort of thing.
If I may. So the Flora and Fauna Group are active in the area of Hurst and Sayers Common as far as we are concerned today. You're absolutely right. They put up bat boxes and owl boxes. They care for ponds. They care for ensuring that the natural environment is not degraded so that it can continue to support the wildlife which has been enjoying it for a long period of time. A particular point at issue for the group is that they were actively encouraged to work in this area on the basis that it would be a good defence against development. So they feel rather sore that 20 years and more work of sustained activity at a level of detail now looks as though it's going to be damaged significantly.
Do you happen to know whether the work that, all right, sorry, I'll be quiet for a moment. Ms. Williams.
Yes, the Woodland Fauna and Fauna Group, they've documented the biodiversity of the landscape in the parish and prepared a phase 1 habitat survey. It started in 2004 with funding from Mid Sussex District Council and it finished in 2010. This survey is now held by Sussex Biodiversity Record Centre, but when Michael Maylard came back to the council at the start of all of these Red 18 and Red 19, the people currently here knew nothing about this, even though the council had funded the survey.
So the corporate memory didn't go back that far?
No.
Yeah, as happens, yeah. Do you happen to know where the work was carried out?
It was basically carried out in the parish of Hurstpay Point and Sayers Common, the whole of the parish of Hurstpay Point and Sayers Common. It actually goes as far as the west of Burgess Hill site as well.
This is the survey work you're talking about?
Yes. So it goes the whole area, and as Mr. Higginson said, they've put a lot of conservation measures in. They've identified we've got this protected species of Bechstein bats existing here that is protected under European rules. And Hurstpay Point Society have mentioned this in Regulation 18 and 19 submissions, and the Woodland Flora and Fauna Group have mentioned this many times, but it doesn't seem to be listened. They don't seem to be listened to.
When you say mentioned it in what context? I mean, I've seen their representations, obviously.
Yeah, it's in all their representations. Their Reg 18, the Reg 19. We've mentioned, Her Society have mentioned it in Reg 18 and Reg 19 submissions. And I think Wild Group have also mentioned it.
I'm not quite sure if what I'm going to say is to your point, but they are very active in communicating the results of their work. So they do regular reports. I get a regular email from them. A lot of local, in fact, I've just had one. A lot of local residents do, which account for the work that they are doing in the local area.
And now looking at the proposed development and the shape of the development, what are your conclusions? I'm looking at you now, Mr. Higginson, and then I'll come to you, Ms. Williams. Your deductions as to the impact of the development as it's proposed.
Well, I can really only go on what Michael Naylard, who runs the group, tells us, but he has made the point which, in a slightly different way, I have made to you today, which is that the destruction of green fields destroys biodiversity. Recreating green space does not compensate for the diversity that's lost, because the natural wildlife, flora and fauna, will respond only to their own conditions. And therefore, what we can expect is that the work of the group will be null and void as a result of the developments. There are particular hotspots. For example, if you look at the West Sussex Nature Recovery Plan, you will see that the woodland in DPSC 5, I think it is, Coombe Farm, is a site identified in that plan's mapping of particular interest and particular potential.
Right. Ms. Williams, did you want to add to anything?
I think the only thing that the group have been concerned about is that you can't direct an owl down a footpath. They fly in a whole area. And I think this is one of their main concerns, really. But, you know, they don't follow the routes that we do. They go over a very large area and suddenly you're going to build houses on them.
Go to the council. Do you want to respond to those points at this stage?
I think obviously we have that tricky balance between meeting our housing need and the housing requirement, the policies in the MPPF and the sites put to us. So we recognise that. I mean, I think what we're doing in the plan is including the range of policies in mitigation in the nature section of the plan, and also the site specifics requiring certain mitigations or asking for detailed study either now or at a later stage. And I think it might be helpful to hear from the site promoters in the room about how they are looking to manage and mitigate those impacts.
Yeah, I was going to come to them next. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Marsh. Right, Mr. Mohammed, there have been a few points raised. I'll just throw another one in, which is one of the representations referred to DNA, Great Crested Newt DNA as well. So there are a few things there. I wonder if you have been familiar with the habitat work that has been referred to by Mr. Higginson or not, but this is featured in a number of the representations that I've read.
I'm not familiar with the work that was referred to there, but I will take you to where the Great Crested Newt works that we've looked into in just a moment through Mr. Spry. But just a few introductory points to just respond to what you've heard. On the issue of character and appearance, again, I don't think there is anything that has been raised that isn't already dealt with in the material that's before you. We have a landscape and visual assessment appraisal that is within the documents and in the library for DPSC 3 that was submitted before the examination, and I'll give you the reference to our statement where you can find the particular references. Matter 7 statement at 1.25 through to 1.29, we capture both the context and the response, and we're dealing with a site that doesn't have any designated status in the way that we understand policy, nor a valued landscape. It's also right to acknowledge that there will be impacts. It's inevitable, as Mr. Marsh was just alluding to, but the evidence that we've presented demonstrates the way that the site is quite contained, and you will have seen that on the ground yourself. The effects are localized and limited. We do not shy away from the fact that this site will transform the local context, and that is part of the bargain that we are here to try and assess, and if that's the right way of doing it. But to just deal with what Mr. Marsh was saying in terms of what the site promoters, or in particular Barclay Latimer, we've got a great deal of responses to the retention and the reinforcement of the existing landscape features. We deal with that in great detail in the evidence. The structural landscaping, the integration with local settlement patterns, a significant amount of work to deal with the issues around the visual mitigation, the delivery of the green curtains, and much more that's captured in the evidence is there. And a significant amount of work has gone into trying to deal with that. And we are always open to ideas if there are gaps in terms of what more could be done. On the issue of biodiversity, and in particular, we've had the comments in relation to the Great Crested Newts and other habitats. Introductory remarks here is that you will have the ecological feasibility appraisal for the site. We know that the nearest European protected site of the Woolstonbury Hill site of special scientific interest, the SSSI, is 3.25 kilometres to the southeast of the site. and we don't have any other statutory designations located within, close to the site itself. Again, a significant amount of work has gone into how we address with that, and the current requirement of DPSC Gen is to secure the 20% minimum biodiversity net gain, but we are obviously supporting any suggestion to modify that to match the statutory minimum of the 10% that we are all working towards. To then also deal with the specific point around the great crested newt, that is captured in the evidence of aspect, which is, I think, I can't remember what the reference is, but Mr. Spry will just take you to the particular passage that deals with that.
Okay, thank you. The ecological work is in the feasibility appraisal, which is DPSC 3-4. And you'll see there are various references to the potential presence of great crested newt due to the presence of ponds, and there will therefore need to be phase 2 surveys carried out to inform the preparation of the master plan and application, and those surveys, not just for newts, but for all the species that are identified, are being carried out at the moment in this spring.
Yes, and could you, for the benefit of this hearing, and presumably also for those who may be watching the streaming, are you able to expand a bit on the approach that would normally be taken in respect of protected species like great crested newts or bats?
I mean, in general terms, I'm not an ecological.
I worried whether you would be able to answer that.
Yes,
Yeah.
not as worried as I was, but sorry. Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is the feasibility survey identifies effectively a long list of species that might be present on the site based on the work that had been done to date and the presence of certain types of habitat. Having identified what those potential species are, they are then identified as ones that should be, in a sense, the phase 2 survey should be scoped to see if they are actually there. And then if they are actually there, then the master plan and the planning application would need to be adapted to provide the appropriate avoidance, mitigation, compensation that's appropriate to each of those species.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we've got in paragraph 1.34 of our matter statement, we've referred to the nature and harmony place pillars in the master plan framework document, and actually if you look at pages 58, 59 to 61 and 74 to 75 of the master plan framework document, it starts to set out how landscape and ecological features are being captured within the master plan. And obviously that will be evolved and worked through as the phase 2 survey work is carried out, and that then informs the parameter plans, etc., for the application. And in reality, because of the timescales for the master plan being completed, some of that survey work will help to update and inform that master plan.
Thank you, Mr. Spry. Ms. Ashton.
Thank you. Kind of partly coming to Mr. Spry's aid, but caveating it that I'm no ecologist either. Clearly, when you have things like newts, bats, etc., you have to go through the Natural England licensing process. So if they are on site, you do need a licence to address that point. And with the site at LVS, we have a live application in. We clearly are a part brownfield site. I want to highlight that because a number of representations appear to think our site is greenfield. It is not. It has an SEN school on it with active recreational playing fields associated with that. So therefore the landscape and the biodiversity effects are somewhat different to those associated with the greenfield site. The application we have demonstrates, as has been said with the other sites in the area, that the landscape effects are localised and limited. In terms of the ecological implications, Again, we have looked at biodiversity net gain. We are looking to do quite significant enhancements on site. You'll see, sir, from the illustrative master plan we've got at Appendix A of our Matter 7 statement, there is a significant amount of landscaping in and around the LVS site to provide for necessary compensation, to retain existing green routes around and through the site, and to basically protect it in the way that it is envisaged and utilised at the moment. So in terms of flight paths, habitat foraging locations, etc., that landscape master plan has been significantly devised to address the ecological implications of developing on that site. But again, I think it's also important to say that the policy prerogative within the plan goes back to all the other policies, and therefore you would cross-refer in terms of biodiversity to DPN1, which is quite clear in its requirements in terms of biodiversity and impacts of new development and what does and does not need to be done.
Yes, thank you, Ms Ashton. I'm looking around to, does anybody want to add to what's been said? I'll go to the council then. Do you want to respond to those points? Are you going to say something?
I was just going to make a point about...
Make your point.
Thank you. Yeah, just about securing biodiversity net gain and the requirements over the 30-year period that that's secured for through the 106 agreement. There's at least 8 monitoring site visits by ecologists that then form reports on the progress of whether or you're improving habitat condition or you're improving the habitat type through an improved distinctiveness. Those are then fed back to the council, and so there's at least 8 phases in 30 years securing and monitoring the progress of that net gain.
Thank you. Any other points on this? Right, Mr. Brown?
So really just to draw the threads together, and I apologise if in some ways I'm going over ground that Mr. Mohammed took you over, but I mean, this process starts on a basis where we know there is a housing need and where on any analysis it will not be possible to meet that housing need without greenfield sites somewhere. Now, not all greenfield sites are equal. Some have greater value than others. But in this part of the world, the amount of scruffy greenfield land, if there is such a thing anywhere in mid-Sussex, I mean, you know, finding fields that local people find attractive is not unusual. I mean, sadly, but inevitably, if we're going to meet the housing need, some of it has to go. So the question really is there anything about any of the sites that are proposed here which is so special or so stand out that suggests that they should be left out of the equation? And the answer to that is no, as Mr. Mohammed has pointed out in terms of landscape designation. I'm absolutely certain that local residents value those fields, but that doesn't make them a valued landscape in terms of the NPPF. They're certainly not designated in any way, shape or form. And so there will be a loss, there will be an impact on the character of the countryside, but that is inevitable if we're going to meet the need. And similarly, in terms of the biodiversity value, that there is been a lot of reference to greenfield. So you will appreciate that actually when you have landscapes like this, particularly land that's in agricultural use, a lot of the biodiversity value does not rest in the fields themselves, but in the hedgerows and the woodlands that go around them. Agriculture isn't always the kindest thing for biodiversity. But whether or not the fields here are in agricultural use or not, there's nothing about the biodiversity that's been identified which causes the council to believe that this site is different or requires a greater degree of protection than any other site might be. And that's so even in relation to research which indicates that there are protected species there. And one of the things that you will well know, sir, there's a popular belief that great crested newts are, prevent development. Over the last 20, 30 years, the development industry has become remarkably good and remarkably successful at finding ways of mitigating impacts on great crested newts, whether it's relocating them, translocating them. These are technologies that are tried and tested. They can be applied here. And the question is, does the plan have the policies in place to make sure that those sorts of mitigations would be carried out? And the answer to that is yes. So as Mohammed said, nobody is suggesting that there won't be impacts. And from the council side, we would say exactly the same thing. But it will not be possible to meet those needs without having some of those impacts. The question is, are they on interests which are so valuable that you can't touch them? The answer to that question is no. Will there be mitigation? Yes. I understand the scepticism about biodiversity, but you know, sir, it's national policy. Everything now must provide 10% BNG. It's a statutory requirement, and that will be embodied in the planning permissions that are granted in this case. So in overall terms, is there anything here that goes to the soundness of the plan? No. There are issues that need to be addressed in terms of mitigation, but there are policies in place to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Right, unless there's any other point on that, I'm going to move on to item D, which is delivery. And I'm not sure that we need to spend a lot of time on this because we've heard quite a lot. There's quite a lot in writing. I'll just put it again to the participants here. Are there any things that you might have identified that you think might cause problems in terms of potential impediments to delivery rates? Is there anything that yes, Ms. Williams.
We said this morning that we'd come back to the provision of healthcare in Sayers Common, so I just wanted to raise that again.
What was your question?
Basically that although you've got control over things that come under West Sussex County Council and such things, the GP surgeries are private businesses that are then funded by the NHS, so they come under a different category. And I asked this morning whether or not Mid Sussex Healthcare had been approached as to whether they were willing to extend into Sayers Common to provide a surgery there.
Yes, Mr. Marsh.
Thank you. Yes, so NHS, the Integrated Care Board, are one of our statutory consultees. I mentioned earlier on that we've got the Sayers Common Liaison Group, which is between us, the parish, and the 5 developers. We've also got another series of sets of meetings that are between us, the 5 developers, and other statutory bodies such as the county council. We have been in discussions with the liaison officer who works for the ICB. I would describe as the go-between between us and the private businesses, as you say. His role is to understand the development, the totality of the development in the plan that's proposed, the locations of that, and broker those discussions with the various surgeries about the opportunities for expanding existing or to create new. So again, those are discussions that are ongoing and will be resolved at planning application stage, but reassurance that we're actively involved in discussing with them.
Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, sir. In terms of delivery, I think there's one issue that we haven't talked about yet, which is flooding and drainage and indeed supply of potable water. So the first point that we want to raise, sir, is that we already have problems in some of the new developments which have now spilled over, if I can use that expression, into some of the existing homes with dealing with surface water, which we're obviously very concerned will, if that's not dealt with before development starts, any further development will just add to those surface water drainage issues. I think the second point I just want to raise is around dealing with wastewater and foul sewage, foul drainage. We know that there's a requirement for a new wastewater treatment works in order to manage the additional load. And again, we're looking for assurances that in terms of the delivery of this project, that infrastructure will be delivered before it's required, rather than in what is now becoming a kind of time-honoured fashion in the development industry, after it's required. We're not really wanting to see temporary sewage treatment and tankering on any of these developments, which we have seen in this part of the world in recent times. So we're very concerned about the timing of that infrastructure. And just to add to that, I think, so as we said in our representation, we were very pleased this morning to hear about the idea that we need to have more integration with the spatial planning and highways in particular. But I think one of the things that we've asked for, and I'm not going to read out our submission, people have read it, but that in terms of delivering this infrastructure, we also feel that we need to have an integrated infrastructure delivery plan for this particular set of developments. We know there's an integrated infrastructure delivery plan for the entire district. We know that, and that's obviously part of the planning process. But I think given the scale of this and given the complexity of the existing situation, I think what we felt was that to have the three elements that we're discussing today, transport, flooding and drainage, and if you like, social and economic infrastructure, all to be subject of a Sayers Common focused infrastructure delivery plan would go a long way, I think, to assuaging some of the concerns that the parishes have at the moment about the potential negative impact of the delivery of this scheme. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. And Mr. Higginson.
Thank you. I'd like to touch on the point of viability as it bears on delivery. We, as you will know, commissioned our own viability study. That is now out of date, but I would submit that even the most recent viability study relevant to the plan is also out of date, because building costs have been going up significantly, whereas purchasing power has been flat. Over the course of these hearings, I think what we are learning is that some of the costs relating to infrastructure are also going to increase, to make sure that the roads are suitable, to make sure that active travel and shared travel are delivered in an appropriate way at an early time. And I would also pick up the point just made about water, because the infrastructure requirements to make sure that surface water flooding and wastewater are properly disposed of are also going to be expensive. I would ask, therefore, that a revised viability note be prepared when all these costs are clear, so that that can be tested as part of the plan, because our concern, and I'm sure you'll understand what I'm going to say, is that if that is not clear before the plan is approved, then when the plan is approved and not all these costs have been properly identified, the site promoters and developers will be back into the council arguing that on viability grounds, not all of the benefits on which the plan is predicated can be provided, whether they be the amenities and facilities for residents, or indeed the amount of affordable housing which is included. And we can't find ourselves in a position where, as soon as the plan is made, the promoters and developers wish to make significant changes to it which affect its sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Higginson. Well, we've got some promoters here. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, I think there was some significant work done by Wild, I think, on the viability appraisal assessment. I think it's a very fair point to say that that requires updating. It's a very fair point to say that the economics of the world and how these things work has moved on. But I would just say two things. One is that we are constantly reviewing the viability of our allocation, mindful of the Section 106 contributions, as well as the infrastructure costs. And at this moment in time, where as we sit, we see no reason why DPS C3 could not be viable and provide for the infrastructure costs, as well as the Section 106 contributions that would be required as part of the allocation. So to reassure Wild, it is definitely something that requires review, but at this moment in time, we don't see any reason for that to be an issue. And paragraph 59 of the MPPF in particular talks about where up-to-date policies have set out the contributions expected for the development, planning applications that comply with them should be assumed to be viable. So insofar as there are any concerns about coming to take another bite at the cherry, as it were, there is protection where it makes clear it is up to the applicants to demonstrate where particular circumstances may justify the need for any viability assessment at the application stage. So we need to do more work to update the position, but we're already looking at that, and we don't think that viability is a problem at this time.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Ms. Don.
Thank you. Yes, it's in respect to collective benefits and positive planning in respect of the additional growth that's required and the work that the council will be doing. Collective benefits arise from a range of circumstances where development provides critical mass needed to support new services, where additional allocations improve the viability and delivery of certain committed infrastructure, where sites collectively improve connectivity, sustainable travel patterns, etc. So there is some work connected with the viability and infrastructure for the allocations, where the council will be looking at additional growth, where positive benefits can be realised and help to provide further certainty in relation to the delivery of the growth and the infrastructure required.
Thank you. I'm looking at the council now to respond to those points.
In terms of viability, hearing what Ms Higginson and Barclay Latimer have said, it was a discussion that we had in the second week under Matter 5, where CPRE were raising, in particular, the viability of looking at a higher percentage of affordable housing, for example. That the work they were suggesting there was that there was headroom in the viability. So we've heard it from two different sides now. That is something that we agreed as part of Matter 5 that we were going to have another look at and update the assumptions in our own viability note. But as we said a couple of weeks ago, we don't see that that work is likely to say that this development, this selection of developments that say it's common won't be viable. And that's been confirmed by the site promoters. That's probably all I've got to add to that.
All right, and we may touch on it again tomorrow when we talk about Crabbit Park in particular.
Yeah, indeed.
All right. I'm actually going to draw this discussion today to a close. There are some kind of loose ends that we need to talk about. But I'm just pausing here just in case anybody wants to come in. Yes, Ms Hurst.
The impression that Twynham Parish Council has is that these 5 developments are quite disjointed. They don't seem to be very joined up. And the second thing is that we would like to, I feel that we'd have great concerns about the actual construction of these developments because of the HGVs involved. Twynham Parish Council has suffered from the development of the Rampion Offshore Wind Farm substation, which took 6 years. And the traffic was an absolute nightmare during the construction, so they would need very robust traffic management plans.
Yes, and I think we can roll that up in the issues that I raised earlier about looking at the development holistically
Yes.
in terms of master planning and the wider impacts, which I think the council have taken note of already. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, now, do you want to respond to those points any further?
I don't think that there's anything from us, no.
All right.
Not that we haven't already really outlined.
All right, so I'd like to thank everybody for their contributions again today. I don't need to repeat what I said earlier. There is more work to do on this particular site. There's a need to look at it holistically. There's a need to do further work on wider impacts, which we've talked about. I'm not suggesting the site in its inherently is unsound. The spatial strategy, I think I'm content with. There's more work to do on the methodology, but I think that there is more work to do in respect of looking at the integration of the 5 sites, looking at how it works in terms of movement in particular. So you've taken a note of the things I've said previously today. There is the whole question of timing on that. I don't want to keep throwing work your way, but what's needed is what's needed. So I'm going to draw this to a close now. We're going to have another hearing tomorrow, and it's going to cover, first of all, DPSC 1, then west of Burgess Hill, north of Hurstpier Point, and then DPSC 2, land at Crab Park. Now, they're both down for tomorrow morning, but we'll have to see how things go there. Whether we have to spill over into the afternoon, it's possible, we'll see.
Yeah. There are far fewer participants turning up. That's not necessarily a guide to how long it will take, but if everybody wants to have their say, there are fewer people wanting to have their say tomorrow. So.
Yes, of course. All right, thank you all very much, and thanks for your help.
Thank you, sir.